ask Ms. Duncan to please review those members present and let us know if a quorum is established.
Chris Bergmiller is the only Regent absent currently. He will be here, but later we do have a quorum.
Thank you. The minutes have been distributed to all members. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Okay, if there are no corrections, the minutes are approved. Are there any additions or corrections, changes to the agenda? Okay, there being none, we will proceed with the agenda as presented. Before I turn this over to General Counsel Pam Duncan, I'd like to remind everyone that this information is being presented at the Regents' request. I think the general consensus in March is that we, the board, would love to know more what is going on with the workforce and economic development, especially as KCTCS plays a key role in recovery after the pandemic. We are the chosen partner by the Chamber of Commerce, and this partnership we're going to be talking about is so vital. As I understand it, we are joined today by important partners and employees, and I will let Chancellor Chris Williams introduce them. Chancellor Williams, will you please proceed?
Thank you, Chair Henson. Good morning, everybody. It's so good to be here today. We're going to start with our slides, if they could come up, please. And we'll introduce our partners here in just a minute. We really do appreciate the true interest in workforce and our economic development partnerships, because we really do work for Kentucky. Can you go to the next slide, please? We are the strategic advantage for Kentucky's economic development in the ways that we provide workforce support and education. Workforce development is at the core of the KCTCS mission. Students in our programs prepare for careers, whether that preparation is a transfer degree that takes them on to a bachelor's or graduate level degree, whether that's a certificate or diploma or associate in applied science as they go right into the workforce. We also have in our mission a real focus on continuing education. So not only are we preparing students even before they go into a certificate or degree program, but we are also ensuring that with the employer or with the credentialing agency, as for an insurance agent, that student, that learner has an opportunity to continue their education. Next slide, please. So we invest in this mission in three primary areas. One is offering technical programs of study, and as you see, we have 110 of those right now, offering work-based learning opportunities, including apprenticeships, and partnering with employers, chambers of commerce, economic development agencies, and others to ensure that our learners can attain good jobs and careers, and that employers have the skilled workforce that they need to succeed. All of our college offer technical programs through their academic, faculty, and leadership with support by business and industry, and later one of our folks will be talking about those supports. And all colleges offer training, pre-employment, and other assessments and business development partnerships through their workforce solutions. I'm going to introduce some folks to you, and then they'll be coming up during various times of the conversation today. And it is a conversation, so if you all have questions or comments, please feel free to do that. This is a presentation, but it's also a workshop, so it's important that we have that dialogue. So first, I'd like to introduce our special guest, Mr. Lee Lingo, who's Executive Director of the Kentucky Manufacturing Association, CAM, who will be speaking. He's closing us off today. We have such a strong partnership with CAM, and we're so proud to be able to present it today. And then at the system office, as at the colleges, KCTCS invests in its workforce development team and talent. And so I want to introduce some of those people to you today. Two of our newer members are Haley McCoy, who's Executive Director for Economic Development, and Jesse Shook, who's Executive Director of Workforce Solutions. And then Kim Nealis-Williams is our Executive Director of Allied Health Programs and Experiential Learning. And Jesse, would you stand up and introduce your comrade here?
Absolutely. It's my pleasure to introduce you all to Diana Darbo, who leads up our apprenticeship services. She's done a tremendous job and is taking this work very far for KCTCS.
Thank you. We have several other staff supporting workforce and economic development, but we're not going to introduce them all to you today. We also have 2 important positions open in the division. While we had several great candidates for the Associate Vice President position, the decision was made to hold the search until we're further in the strategic planning process. So we're really sure exactly the role that we need that person to fulfill. And then separately, we have currently a director for technical programs. She was just hired by KCTCS to be in their workforce solutions, lead their workforce solutions area. And so that position's under review to elevate to executive director in support of technical programs. Could you go to the next slide, please? We do partner with many folks, and I'm sorry, one more slide. I'm apparently one behind here. We do partner with many organizations in our work across the state. At the system level, our workforce and economic development staff partner with the Council on Post-Secondary Education and the Kentucky Department of Education on many workforce initiatives. And we're excited that the Council is about to name their newly hired Associate Vice President of Workforce. At the Department of Education, we work with the Office for Career and Technical Education primarily on developing career pathways that take advantage of all of the scholarships available to dual credit students. So the dual credit student scholarship and the Work Ready Kentucky dual credit scholarship. And those focus again on those dual credit pathways. We also work with them on Perkins grant funding. You all may be aware that the federal Carl D. Perkins grant, which came out of Kentucky through our federal Congressman, Carl Perkins at the time, has supported technical education in the schools and in colleges and universities for many years now. We're actually in Perkins 5 of a 5-year plan. So you can see we're in the 21st year of Perkins grant funding. And so we have grant funds at both the colleges for technical programs and faculty development, and we have system office leadership funds, which are also used to work on curriculum development and support faculty. And then we also work on special initiatives to prepare students for the workforce. Next slide, please. Employers are our primary partners in this work. They work directly with the colleges and also with the system office in ensuring that we understand the skills and curriculum that prepare a student for those needed jobs. And Kim will be speaking to this a little bit later. The Education and Workforce Development Cabinet plays a role in this partnership. They work with us not only to remove barriers that our students may face, but they also really support us in terms of our direct work with employers through the Office for Apprenticeships and Business Services and all of the ways that we partner with them. If you could go on to the next slide, please. The Kentucky Chamber is a strong partner through both its talent pipeline, I'm going to say this right, Talent Pipeline Management, TPM work. And I have to say that the Chamber has just as many acronyms as we have here in our higher education. They also are really strong advocacy partners in terms of some of the work scholarships, in terms of some of the credentials. We've been particularly partnering on childcare opportunities over this last year. TPM, Talent Pipeline Management, is an employer-led and demand-driven approach to hiring specifically needed jobs. So for example, there are, I think, almost 30 consortium across the state that are focused on very specific jobs, many in healthcare, and often focused on the RN position. So those talent pipeline groups come together and they work to define the job, define the skills needed, define their best providers, and then work to engage those providers even more in meeting the needs for open positions. And the Kentucky Workforce Innovation Board, which is actually part of the Cabinet for Education and Workforce Development, is also supportive of all our workforce development partnerships. The KWIB's employer-led, and its role is to serve as an advisory board to the governor on state workforce training and development issues. It's charged with creating a statewide vision for workforce development and adopting a plan to move Kentucky forward. So we have a lot of partners and sometimes often competing agendas of this work, but always with the same mission of ensuring that we have a skilled and developed workforce as we expand current business and support current business and also bring in new business. So if you could go one more slide for me, please. We do have many partners. These partnerships are detailed more fully in the workforce report you received in your meeting minutes, and you'll also find a printed copy at your place. We have been asked to develop a stronger dashboard for our workforce and education metrics, and we're working on that now. Because we are not at the end of the fiscal year, we don't have our normal final metrics until the September board meeting. But through Jesse Shook's leadership, the Workforce Solutions Peer Team is also developing a new dashboard of more business-oriented metrics that will help, I think, move all of our colleges' work with business and industry forward. So with that, I'm going to ask Jessie to come up and talk about some of her initiatives and ask that we move to the next slide.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. It's an honor to be here with you all this morning, and I'm excited to dig a little bit deeper into our scope of services so that you have a better understanding of the breadth and depth of the Workforce Solutions divisions across KCTCS. So within our portfolio of services, one of the most impactful services that we provide is our corporate training offerings. We're able to sit down with business and industry to understand their needs. And sometimes they really don't understand those needs themselves, right? I don't mean to throw anyone under the bus here, but many companies do not have a very robust HR department. They may have one individual who is providing that HR function and is also serving as their accountant and is also serving as their marketing professional. And so it's our job to step in and really help them understand their talent needs. Sometimes what you might think you need isn't always what you need. So when you're building a talent pipeline, it's important to have professionals who are able to help really hone in on what that need truly is in order to build the scope of that talent pipeline. So our team can come in and provide a comprehensive needs analysis to assist companies with understanding what the breadth and depth of that talent pipeline really should look like in order to best meet their need, not only in filling positions, but in ensuring that the individuals they hire are equipped to take on those positions, reach full productivity quickly, and that they will be retained in those roles. By ensuring that they have the skills they need to be successful, we are ensuring that that company has a better chance at retention. So there's two separate kind of scopes of that corporate training. One is for incumbent workers. So for example, a manufacturing company may need to change some of their technology. We're constantly upgrading technology, so they may need to adopt a new robotics technology within their production line. And we can come in and train those workers up so that they are not behind on that productivity whatsoever. They're able to hit the ground running. We can customize that training package to get everyone the skills they need for that new technology so that there is no gap in their production. We can also do this with new hires. This is incredibly important right now, as I'm sure you can understand that the skills gap is going to be a significant factor in our economic recovery. So think about the hospitality industry alone. Often individuals in the hospitality industry have exceptional customer service skills. They may not understand the pathways in healthcare that they can enter into an entry-level healthcare patient care role. And then many companies are offering scholarships and tuition reimbursement to set them on that pathway to RN, which, as Dr. Williams mentioned, it's a very tremendous pain point for our state right now. So we're able to customize that training for new hires as well. And then we can also create an approach that allows us to pull together new hires and incumbent trainers or incumbent workers to train them up on those particular skills. So all of this is related to providing that comprehensive needs analysis, sitting down with the company, understanding their pain points, understanding what they need, and then providing that package to help them get to where they need to be with their talent pipeline. We also offer open enrollment programs. These are very important in communities where there is a local labor market need. And we like to consider ourselves almost like the research and development arm of the college system. We are able to look at those labor market needs and determine where we might be able to pull together a rapid response program. So a really good example of this could have been vaccine distribution, right? That was an immediate need, and to put a program, just giving an example here, to put something like that through the process at the Council for Post-Secondary Education would take quite some time to lift up. So we're really able to pull that together quickly, meet that local labor market need, and ensure that those companies have a pipeline of workers. Now, if that need were to continue, and God forbid in this case it does not, right? We could eventually transition that program into academics. So this allows us to be a little more nimble and really provide the rapid response that companies need to meeting immediate labor market demands. We also offer continuing education. So we think about professionals such as yourselves, such as the staff in this room, who often need to engage in professional training and development to ensure that they are continuing to upskill and engage in the process of lifelong learning. And then lastly, I want to mention our apprenticeship and work-based learning services. So as I mentioned before, Diana has done a tremendous job. We currently have over 400 apprentices participating throughout our system. We have several employers who are utilizing KCTCS, more than a dozen employers utilizing our apprenticeship services, which means that we handle the scope of the apprenticeship process for them, including their paperwork, recruiting their apprentices, mentoring the apprentices, providing that structure, and ensuring that those apprentices are equipped to complete that pathway. And then we are also currently working on strengthening our relationship with career services, because when our business outreach team sits down with a company, they may go in hoping that that company becomes an apprenticeship provider, but they may not be there yet. If they haven't ever hosted a job shadow or a field trip, it might be a really tough sell to get them to that gold standard of apprenticeship, but they may be ready for a high quality internship. So in that case, we're really looking at streamlining those leads to ensure that those companies could provide that internship to a KCTCS student. And then I will mention our trains funding here in just a moment, but it's important to note that all of these programs have funding available to support companies as they embark on this process of talent pipeline development. Next slide, please. Another significant component of the work that we do, which Dr. Williams mentioned, and I just wanted to share a little more in depth with you today, is our partnerships and initiatives. A lot of the work we do goes unseen. When we look at the numbers of trains projects that we have closed out, for every project we close, we have to meet with dozens of other companies that it may not be a fit for them in the moment, but we're still maintaining that relationship and adding value through connectivity with the ecosystem of workforce and education throughout the state of Kentucky. So we conduct events. We engage in this outreach year-round. We are staying apprised of everything that's going on in that ecosystem, partnerships, new initiatives that are popping up. So I'd like to give an example of this by sharing our collaborative delivery model that we are building with key partners such as the Office of Employer and Apprenticeship Services, the Cabinet for Economic Development, and the Kentucky Chamber Workforce Center. One of our business outreach liaisons may sit down with a company, as I mentioned before, and maybe they do not have a need for KCTCS services at the moment, and they're not ready to host an internship, but they are a second chance employer. And they're already engaged in that work and really trying to step up to the table for that effort. But they don't know that the Office of Employer and Apprenticeship Services offers federal bonding for companies that hire second chance employees. And they may not know that the Kentucky Chamber Workforce System or the Kentucky Chamber Workforce Center has a suite of resources to assist employers who are hiring second chance employees. That business outreach specialist on the KCTCS team can really assist in a warm handoff to those organizations so that we are constantly adding value and ensuring that this system of participating in the workforce development spectrum is as easy as possible for employers in our community. We have an upcoming educational event that I would love to invite you all to attend. It's called Propel Kentucky. This is our inaugural workforce event. We will be showcasing the variety of different relationships that we have with employers, and this is all going to be coming from the perspective of the employer. So we'll have a panel of employers who are engaging with us on new hire projects, on incumbent worker projects, on working with a local college to build out a rapid response program with a lens of diversifying their talent pipeline. So lots of great information, and the event's also going to serve as our official launch of KCTCS apprenticeship services. So Diana will be assisting with hosting an apprenticeship panel, and you'll get to hear from companies who are utilizing those services to hear their proven return on investment. And then lastly, as I mentioned before, our labor market response is imperative to ensure the success of the system. So there have been two different sort of industry focuses that we have been looking at over the last 6 months. One is energy and sustainability. So in working with Haley McCoy, who you'll meet in just a minute, we were able to connect the Cabinet for Energy and Policy with the Kentucky Chamber Workforce Center, and they are now building a statewide cohort to focus on sustainability pathways. And then we're also working with Amazon Web Services to do strategic outreach to employers to look at building a talent pipeline specific to meet cloud-based service needs. Next slide, please. And I'll be quick with this last one. As I mentioned before, we have financial resources to support companies who are engaging in this important work. It is fundamental that we support their efforts in building diverse and equitable talent pipelines and sustainable talent pipelines. We've currently put forward recommendations to expand the guidelines, allowing us to serve more companies. As it stands, we can provide support for new companies up to 75% of the training cost. For new economic development companies that are recently locating or expanding in the state, we're able to offset that cost at up to 100% in collaboration with our partners at the Cabinet for Economic Development. So this is very, very important to sustain the pipeline and really incentivize employers who are stepping up to the table to engage in this important work. And with that, it is my pleasure to now introduce you to my colleague, Kim, who is going to share a little bit more about technical programs. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm not used to this. I'm used to being on Teams. Two questions actually for you. One is, when you talk about partnerships, what is the relationship between Workforce Solutions and the Kentucky Career Centers?
That's a great question. So the Kentucky Career Centers have recently shifted out of the Cabinet for Workforce and Education and into the Labor Cabinet. As you can imagine, the majority of their focus this last year has been on unemployment claims, but we are in the process of strengthening that relationship now that it's housed underneath that different cabinet. We actually have a meeting with them on Friday. They've also been attending our Future of Work meetings, which is a group of leaders from across these statewide organizations that connect every month to look at what are we doing, what could we be doing better, and how can we assist each other in this work. With the career centers, we're looking at potentially putting different marketing materials out front, having someone there on site to assist job seekers with understanding the resources available. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that this is kind of the statewide approach. Every single college has a partnership with those career centers. So West Kentucky is a good example. They have already had someone set up with a banner, with a kiosk, with a computer to help get students registered at that career center.
And I'm happy to hear that because, and I'm not sure everybody's aware of this, but the state has a massive issue with unemployment claims. Apparently there was a cybersecurity issue that caused a huge backlog. And so people that I know are being encouraged to go straight into the career centers to try to get their unemployment problem resolved. And so the quicker we can actually put resources in those centers, besides getting their unemployment resolved, it would be really nice if they're looking at possible employment opportunities.
Yes. Thank you for that suggestion, and know that we will likely have an update as of tomorrow afternoon on what that might look like from a statewide approach. One of the other things that we have considered is potentially geofencing those career centers so that if an individual walks in, you look at that nice sweater on whatever website, and then it follows you on Facebook. Same thing. If you walk into that career center, even if you don't sit down and connect with that KCTCS rep, or if those materials that our career center colleagues share with you are not compelling, you're going to continue to be served that message on your phone.
Great. And then my next question was specific to the restaurant industry, and this is just anecdotal. Two things that I've noticed as we come out of this pandemic. One is every single fast food restaurant, everything I drive by, walk by says we're hiring. Yep. The second thing is I personally have had to wait to sit at a table, not because the restaurant doesn't have tables, but because they don't have people working the tables. So in terms of rapid response, what is the Workforce Solutions approach toward the restaurant industry?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I want to be completely transparent that is an industry that, though we have served through customized training solutions in the past, it's not been at the forefront of our approach to economic recovery. And I think part of the reason is that those are often not high paying jobs. So we have this focus on family supporting wages. However, I will say that there's work happening at some of the colleges to look at pipelines from those entry-level jobs into higher paying positions. So Jefferson, for example, has a partnership with McDonald's called Archways to Opportunity. And the idea is that you're gaining first job experience in that fast food position with the opportunity of building skills, attaining a credential, and then moving into that family supporting wage. But that's definitely something that we're willing to look into and address.
And I think as an industry, just, basic economics around supply and demand, they're now starting to pay because they can't get people. So when you have a shortage of supply, you raise, the price that you're willing to pay for it, and you start meeting that demand. So thank you. Appreciate it.
I just want to, excuse me, Jesse. I just want to add to what Jesse said, that the Chamber has recently made a request of the governor to end the supplemental uninsurance benefit payments instead of waiting through September, to end those now. And we haven't heard yet from the governor's office what the choice will be there. But I do need to echo that, I was talking with James Lee earlier about jobs in Madisonville that are paying at the $15 rate, which is more than, servers may be able, or bus folks may be able to earn. And they were having trouble filling those positions at the higher rate. It may have been the type of work. I really couldn't speak to that. But all of those employees are still dealing with less childcare availability, less, transportation availability. And I think that we are there to provide support. We can run job fairs. We can do pre-employment assessments. We can help employers think about incentive plans through training and development that will help engage and retain employees. But there are some things that are bigger statewide issues. And so while we're there as supports, I think those are some of the things that the cabinets are really wrestling with right now. But I appreciate the question. It's a good one, and it's a scary one that restaurants are closing because they can't find enough folks to work. And with that, I'm going to ask Kim to come up and talk about how employers are engaged in our technical programs. We're going to switch because sometimes I think there are silos in our colleges. It's like, here are the technical programs and here's the workforce solutions, and really they ought to be, meeting in the middle. And so we wanted to put technical programs in the middle of this work rather than separating it in some way. So Kim?
Next slide, please.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hello, thank you for inviting us. I'm very much connected to the academic side, but I also came from industry. I worked industry for 15 years before I came to the KCTCS family. And I spent 15 years teaching at a local college before I came to the system office. So this is certainly an area that I'm very familiar with. We talk about our curriculum committees and our program advisory board committees. And I wanted to start at the local level. At the local level, what we mainly use to work with our business and industry partners is what we call our advisory committees. So once or twice an academic year, some programs will have 2 meetings, some will have 1 a year, and they will invite business and industry in for a meeting at the college. They will invite who all attends that or is a member of that advisory board. Can be different in local areas, and it can also be different. For example, I've come out of the health discipline, and so a lot of our external accreditors also ask for certain members to be on our advisory committees for the accreditation process. But we invite students, we invite faculty, we invite our high school secondary partners. We definitely want the ones that are doing dual credit with us there, but we invite the partners that aren't doing dual credit as well. Usually we invite someone from financial aid or even our registrar's office, or we also invite, besides the business and industries that we touch in our service area, we will invite the KWIB partners as well. We just want we want a broad range of people who are there. And when we come together for these advisory committees, the agenda is very full. And one of the things that we do is a curriculum review. We can't continue to teach year after year if we don't stay up with business and industry standards. So this is one of the main ways that we will connect with our business and industry partners for curriculum changes. You know, are those things doing well? Are there new skills out there that we need to incorporate into our curriculum, et cetera? And we also, at that point, at those advisory committees, we will go over our program review. How well are our students doing? With our students, we do employer follow-ups, and so we'll share that information to the members on our board as well. The Council of Post-Secondary Education is always wanting statistics, so we may share things that we've learned from them, or things that initiatives that we're working on for them. So there's just an array of information that takes place at these advisory committees. And of course, one is we always do as well as a survey about our resources. Do we have, you know, we ask them, do you think that our equipment meets your needs? You know, what we're training on. Do we have enough faculty? And one of the ways that we will connect workforce solutions into the academics is frequently these business and industry partners are who we seek out to teach our workforce classes, those customized trainings that were just being mentioned. So we're looking for these people to partner with us too, and we help to turn them into instructors so that they're out there teaching and doing the training that is required by our business and industry partners. Unless it's a very rare occasion that we only invite 10 people or 8 people. It's an open board. We want as many members that come to us and give us information that will do that. So we appreciate all of our advisory board members who come and work with us. Then the curriculum committees, certainly at the local level, every program, the faculty and the program coordinator have their own type of a curriculum committee. But with our system, we also have statewide curriculum committees. And so I am privileged to work with about half of those 110 programs that you saw mentioned earlier. And my goal is to service them and provide support and leadership for them. I'm not the subject matter expert, but I am the expert as far as which form do you need to fill out to get this curriculum processed, or here is the procedure, or I will link them to, they've got questions that maybe the Office of General Counsel, we've been working on some amendments to our agreement, our memorandums of agreement. There it comes. Those acronyms again. I started to say MOA, and I thought y'all won't know what that is. But anyway, so I'm that liaison that works with them, and so we appreciate our curriculum committees. Each of our 16 colleges that has a program at their college is invited to our statewide curriculum committees to participate. And so we have some of the curriculum committees will meet, but most will meet always once a year, but some meet twice a year. And certainly, for example, medical assisting has just been upping their standards for their curriculum, and we have been meeting once a month over the last year. So sometimes, we have to meet those needs as well. So that is what I have to say about advisory boards and curriculum committees. Are there any questions that you all have? All right. Well, if you think of any, hopefully I can answer them. This time I would like to introduce my colleague, Haley.
I'm excited to be here with you all. It's an exciting time to be part of KCTCS, and I was excited to walk in on the first day with Jesse Shook and have such an amazing partner in this work. Dr. Williams mentioned that we are the competitive advantage for Kentucky's economic development. And it's important that we communicate that our partners understand that, and that we look for every opportunity we can to build partnerships because we're just that important, right? So KCTCS has some very great and robust partnerships in existence, of course. And what we've been trying to do is figure out initially how to strengthen those and how to increase those relationships. One thing that I do that I see on this slide is insurance and cosmetology. We work with the Board of Cosmetology and the Department of Insurance in Frankfurt to reconcile all of those assessments for KCTCS. We have an extensive system of assessment center coordinators who are unsung heroes for this institution, who work really hard every day to serve this population and potentially have these business contacts. And so we're working to allow them to have more chance to collaborate internally. And this group of folks has some great ideas, and that's a piece of what I'm currently doing that keeps me connected to some of the things inside. Sorry, it's allergy season. But a lot of what I'm doing is focused on external partnerships. So to segue from Kim, one of the things that we're doing is working with long-term care associations and facilities. You know, CHFS, we have regular meetings and reports that we give to them, but long-term care, you know, to your point, Regent Damaris, about the wages in the restaurant industry, that's also impacting nursing, right? So one of the things is that people who would be candidates potentially in some of these long-term care facilities could make more money working in fast food or something. And there are those, the breakdown it's across our economy, right? So we have to look at all these different ways that we can address these staffing and workforce issues. Kim and I are in the process of scheduling a series of webinars for long-term care facilities to talk about the implications of legislation that can help personal care attendants work through a career pathway to become state registered nurse aides and on to RNs, LPNs, and whatever. There are so many opportunities to connect with these entities and strengthen our relationship as a system, and so we're working really hard to do that. One of the key partnerships that I'm engaging at this moment is with the Kentucky Association for Economic Development, that's KAED. Thanks to Ben Moeller, we've been able to negotiate a fantastic new approach to this relationship. So as we sponsor organizations, we don't want to just throw our money at something and get a logo slapped on their materials. We want to make sure that we're actually working in collaboration with these entities so that KCTCS, our work and our people are spotlighted, our services are showcased. And KAED is extensive. We're in every community throughout the Commonwealth. I'm serving on the Diversity and Inclusion Committee for that association. And in that, we've been able to institute a summit on diversity and inclusion for economic development practitioners that is part of the Kentucky certification process. So it's not just an option. You need, if you're going to be a certified economic developer, you need to understand this and how it affects the economic landscape of Kentucky. Also, we are establishing a student cohort, and KCTCS has been right in the front of this work to make sure that students are engaged. As we try to build out the pipeline of economic developers, we've noticed that there's not a lot of diversity. And so if we're not representing our communities in this work, we can't really make the progress and the change that we need to make. So we are in the process of establishing an internship for a student of underrepresented minority background here at KCTCS, as well as we've gotten agreements from the Cabinet for Economic Development and Kentucky State University and KAED to also offer these internships for these students. KCTCS has had students participate in the collaboration conference, and then they've gone back to their communities and have already started to engage in economic development work with their local practitioners. And Regent Girdler is one who's already plugged in with his student from Somerset. And so we are so excited about this work and what's happening there. In the fall, at the annual forum for KAED, we will have a panel of presidents from the Eastern Kentucky region who will be presenting in Pikeville and who will have the opportunity to tell this story and talk about KCTCS's role in state economic development. This is going to be a great audience for us, and we look forward to what we're going to be able to share there. Lastly, if I haven't talked fast enough, CAM. We are so excited to continue this relationship with Cam. I'm glad to get to work with Lee. He's just dynamic and a real innovator in thinking about unique ways to engage our constituents and our stakeholders and how to even think about engaging students earlier in their career pathway, middle school students, high school students, getting them thinking about career and technical education in really innovative ways. And CAM is also a fantastic advocate for us with the legislature, which is really important as we think about funding and we think about what initiatives need to be a priority for this state. We need partners like CAM who will take that story and carry it for us, with us in lockstep. So with that, I'm going to let myself sit down, let Lee come up and detail some of the partnerships that we have going on. It's very nice to meet all of you.
Testing, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much. I want to start by saying that you all have a fantastic team. I've worked with a lot of teams, but this team here that you have, this team here that you all are a part of is amazing. And you need an amazing team because you do one of the most important jobs there is. You put people into the workplace that we need to employ. So I've got a whole bunch of slides, but I'm going to fly through them because really they're just a backdrop. We're at a critical point in our state and in our country in that we don't have enough workers. Regent Damaris, you mentioned that earlier, talking about restaurants. There's not enough workers for anybody. We have workers, but they're not working. And that's really the problem. So I'm going to try to remember to switch through slides. I'll just kind of randomly push buttons until I get to where I'm going. But this is part of a presentation that we did actually in conjunction with KCTCS. We've been doing a series called Manufacturing 411, visiting 8 college campuses this year, and we'll be visiting 8 more next year. And we're talking about workforce. We're talking about the needs in manufacturing. We're talking about the challenges that we're facing. So one thing you mentioned, Regent Damaris, that I want to shine a light on is you asked about, what's the pipeline for restaurants and hospitality service industry. We need that, right? We need that because my industry makes enough money to be able to go and spend money in restaurants and travel and stay in hotels and go to concerts and go to venues. So I'm going to brag a little bit, but I love this job, so I get to do this. Manufacturing is a critical piece of our state's economy and the nation's economy. We are $40 billion to the state's GDP. We're about 20 billion, or 20% rather. That's just if you're looking at assembly and manufacturing as you all probably imagine it, stamping and putting things together. But I look at manufacturing in a much more holistic approach. Anything that goes through a change to become something else. So how many people put gas in your car? Raise your hands. That's us. How many people are turning your lights on at home because coal has put electricity in your house? Coal doesn't automatically become electricity. How many people enjoy a little brown water every now and then? You don't have to raise your hand for that, but we're responsible for that too. The cars, you got a cell phone? Hold your cell phones up. How many of them are iPhones? Most of them. The glass for iPhones comes from Kentucky. If you have a Samsung phone, glass from Samsung phones, the Galaxy series comes from Kentucky too. Do you know where your food comes from? Because most of you don't pick your food or slaughter your own animals. So that's a process too. Oh, and the trucks that get it everywhere. When you click on your phone for that brown box with a smiley face to show up, how many people ordered a box one time last year from any vendor there is? Walmart, Sam's Club, Amazon. Logistics exists for us to get our products to you. And so that's a really critical thing. But it comes back to salary. It comes back to what do we make? And I'm off on my slides already, but we are really interested in where are people coming from in a county? Where are they going to from that county? Who's living and working in that county? And on top of that, how much are they making? So there's a lot of things to unpack here, and we're just going to kind of fly through it, but you need to make enough money to be able to live. right? And one of the partnerships that we have with KCTCS that's been ongoing for the last couple of years is a wage and benefit survey. We want to know how much our jobs pay, and we want to know how much our jobs pay in real time. So we're not pulling Fed data, we're actually pulling our employers' data, and we're turning that around in a year. So by the end of the year, you actually know what your comp package is. That's very helpful for Jesse. It's very helpful for Diana. It's very helpful for Haley, because you're trying to figure out how to shuffle people through different economies. So the state actually lists the top economic drivers for us as being manufacturing, automotive, primary metals, rubbers and plastic, chemicals, agri-tech, automotive, aerospace, logistics. Those are all ours. There's one other one, healthcare. But guess what? PPE masks don't make themselves. Neither do ventilators. We got companies in Kentucky that made both of those. Same with the dividers that you saw in every restaurant that you went to. So we're actually in healthcare too. And that's why we are very, very concerned about the lack of workers, because there's no workers in restaurants, there's no workers in our factories either. And every time you click a button and stuff doesn't arrive, you get upset. That's a break in the supply chain. And the biggest break in the supply chain right now is not having enough people. There's just simply not enough people working. So I'm gonna flip through here. I also forgot to start my timer, so I apologize. I was gonna have Siri tell me what, thank you, Paul. Oh, and great choice on a leader, by the way. Really excited to continue to work with you, Paul. So we're looking at a lot of metrics, a lot of the things that you all were talking about, and they're in these slides, and these are available for you, and if you're interested, I'm happy to send these over to you. They give you an idea of the depth of which we're looking. Tracking education, what levels are people at in elementary, middle, and high school? How do we keep them on track? We're also looking at it county by county basis. We're looking at degree attainment. These are all really important. But here's the thing that KCTCS does better than anybody. And I learned this when I was in Hopkins County. So my initial workings with Madisonville Community College, and my understanding was this: we can solve problems and we can do it quicker than anybody else. We can do it quicker than any four-year institution. And this is what I hear from my employers that are in our space. I need workers, and I need them yesterday. And I don't need a four-year college degree. Now let me be clear. We are pro-education, and we are not anti-four-year degree. But I came up, I'm 49, I came up in the system where you were told if you don't go to college, you're not gonna be something. Well, has any of you all tried to hire a plumber, say 8 o'clock at night on a holiday weekend? Guess what? Those people have made something of their lives. They make way more than I do. My nephew has half a semester of college under his belt. He fixes elevators. He makes $30,000 a year more than I do. I'm happy for him, but that's the state of the world we're in. I have another nephew, he's 18, and he's already managing an O'Reilly Auto Parts store. He's on the fast track to be a regional manager. And he, at 18, is complaining that he can't find workers. Let that sink in. He's complaining that his colleagues of his own age and older aren't coming to work. So we have a huge problem. My focus, though, is on the manufacturing side, which it would seem small, but it's not really. When you look at manufacturing, as I said, we're everything to all people. You all cannot wake up in the morning, exist during the day, and go to bed at night without interfacing with my industry all day long. So I need people. And the best partnership that I have, bar none, is this institution. You all can turn people out in 6 weeks and get them on my floors. And then when we need more skills, guess what we do? Send them right back to you guys. We have a great partnership, whether it's trains or apprenticeships, earn and learn, fame. It's amazing the number of opportunities that you have here. I'm gonna blow through some of these because I want to get to the fun stuff. I'm sure I'm getting close to time. By the way, I did not put this slide presentation together. Melissa Aguilar, who works with us now, did. She's a data hound and has done an amazing job. Mine are usually very simple. Chris, you weren't kidding. This I want to point out though, right here. This is in Bowling Green, Warren County. This is what you need to make to be off of government assistance and actually start to generate wealth. $47,513 for a single mom with 2 kids. And if you look at the top, their biggest spend is childcare, which we talked about a second ago. That's a huge problem. And I've got factories that are coming together and trying to figure out how do we do that? You know, can we co-load a childcare center? We've got to be really innovative, not just with education, but how we solve these problems, because we got to get people to work. We got to get people in the restaurants. We've all seen this. I've seen it on Facebook where Taco Bell in some random city was closed because couldn't get enough people to come into work today to fry the beans. That's a huge problem. So that number right there, or 53,000 if you're a two-parent household, I have jobs that pay that much, lots of them. So we were talking earlier, James, about career fair in Hopkins County. They had over 1,200 jobs. They had 300 and some odd people show up. That illustrates the problem that we're facing right now. A lot of those jobs, $15 an hour, you said. Some higher. $15 an hour is not far off from that from a starting wage. And that's an attainable a dollar amount that you can earn and get to. So we really have to be paying attention to our workforce, because when my employers say, I got signs saying I got jobs, which we talked about a minute ago, why isn't anybody showing up? Well, how much are you paying? And I'm not pushing a higher minimum wage at all. This is just the reality. People have to earn enough money to make it worthwhile to work. And for the last year, we've been told, stay home. You could die. This is not a commentary on the governor or his policies at all. It's just the reality of the situation. You could be in peril. Your health could be in peril, and your family if you worked. And if you feel like that's not a good thing, you can stay home and we will take care of you, which was great. We saved a ton of lives. But now as we're coming out of this, how do we get them back? We too have asked the governor to end that. We proposed that they look at some innovative states that were, in lieu of giving perpetual money ongoing, look at scenarios where you incent people to come back to work. So Arizona was paying $2,000 for employees to come back, incumbent employees. So we're not taking something away forever. We're actually giving them more up front, come back. And for new employees who are going to work in a new job, they would get $1,000. That's one option that's out there. There are others, but we need to be creative in looking at these. So here's just an example of every time there's a red dot on that list, or on that graph rather, an individual loses some level of state or federal assistance. And those are the things we have to think about, because an employee knows what their break-even parts are. And even Dave Ramsey would say, it's not lucrative for you to work when you can make more money not working. Except in manufacturing, we have jobs that pay enough to get past that. So if you're looking for jobs, you might Google. This is going to bring up another challenge that we face in my industry. Who knows about manufacturing? You all have phones. You ever think about where they come from? Be honest, you don't. When you go to the restaurant, you think about where your food comes from? Unless you've read something from Commissioner Quarles about where our hamburgers are coming from, or our chicken, and he's amazing at putting that information out there. You don't know where your food or anything that you wear comes from, and why would you care? We don't talk about what we do. We are terrible at marketing. So you might see some of this information, you might not, because you might not know what to Google for in manufacturing. And that was one of the things that we heard a lot. Well, manufacturers continue to operate during the pandemic because you all needed the things that we were making, right? Restaurants were closed. Why couldn't we get some of those folks? Why couldn't we get some hoteliers? Why couldn't we get some performers? Not even as a permanent job, but as a stopgap job. Didn't get them because people don't know what we do. We have a 63,000 truck driver shortage right now. There are ships sitting in the port of LA, been sitting there for 2 weeks. I've got a friend that's got somebody there that counts every day, same ships. They're not unloading because there's no drivers for the trucks. You remember that I'm thinking Talent Pipeline all the time. Remember the gas pipeline issue where it got hijacked? First of all, who knew you could hijack a gas pipeline? It's pretty crazy, right? But it got hacked, and the reason we couldn't get gas in North Carolina is because we didn't have drivers. We didn't have redundancy of our delivery system. So these are all issues that affect us. Here's an example of starting wage, 1943, average, $23.52. If you think back to the Bowling Green slide, $23 is what you needed to make to be able to get off government assistance there. That number is attainable. It's attainable in our industry. So this is a number of things that are just issues we're facing: education, kindergarten readiness, transportation, reskilling, quality childcare. Oh yeah, I told Ben I was gonna call him out. Another manufacturing problem in America and the world, we're not making enough people anymore. We're not making enough people to keep up with the demand we have, let alone the new jobs we're making. So thank you, Ben. During the pandemic, you got to work, and we've already talked about this. I expect to see your child in 18 years in a earn and learn program. Write that down. And we talked about dual credit too, so that's good. Oh yeah, and then there was a pandemic and a bunch of other supply chain challenges that caused us problems this year. So let me talk for just a few minutes about why our partnership is so important. I mentioned our wage and benefits report. This is an annual thing that we do. It's really important because it's our pulse. It tells us what the wages are, but it also tells us what the benefits are. And we have 5 different groups in the 5 different age bands represented in our workforce right now, and they all want different things. So we've got to pay attention to what those things are. Going Pro Signing Day was a really cool thing that we kicked off 2 years ago, and then the pandemic screwed it up last year. We're going to bring it back. This is, as far as I know, the largest one in the country. Dr. Box and I were having lunch one day. I'm babbling about a bunch of different ideas. I mention this and go on because I always have a bunch of ideas. And he starts writing on a napkin. And I realize he's not paying attention anymore, so I back up to see what he's looking at. And this is 6 weeks before graduation. So my apologies to college presidents, but he decided this was going to happen. We did statewide, all campuses, same day. I think it's the biggest one in the country. It was really awesome. We're going to see a video of that in a minute. We also did Rising Star Awards, where we're celebrating students that are in the system or people that have most recently exited the system and shining a light on the product. Because here's the thing, your product goes into our product, right? You all turn out students who go into our system to make the products that you all click and buy. So it's really important to understand where your output goes. And we know that. That's why we have an infinite loop relationship with you all. We need people on the floors. We need people in our offices. We need people in our trucks. We need people doing all the restaurants. And the quicker we get them to you, the quicker we get them back. 411, manufacturing 401, I mentioned, talking about the needs of manufacturers today, which was primarily the main 3 issues are workforce, supply chain, and legislative and regulatory environment, which we operate in. And then this is the big toy, which I'll talk about here in just a second. The Be Pro, Be Proud initiative is what's coming next year. Oh, actually, I need to go back. Can you click on the Going Pro video?
It's a great way.
I've hyperlinked the Going Pro and then the Be Pro. If you haven't seen this video, KCTCS produced it, and it's amazing.
Well, today's a special day. All across Kentucky, we're having Going Pro signing days. These students are on their way to a better life because their education prepared them for a career.
We have, as has been noted, a tremendous amount of need. Well over 100,000 jobs that are open in Kentucky right now, many of them in the exact areas in which you all have been studying.
We expect that today we'll be celebrating over 2,600 graduates in the manufacturing fields within KCTCS. The 16 colleges work with manufacturers and other companies to align our curriculum with the needs that are out there, and so that we can prepare you for the in-demand, high-paying jobs that are out there.
We have a supply chain problem in manufacturing, and the problem is that we don't have enough supply of qualified, hard-working people. And you guys are helping us do that. You're going to be earning good money, living a better life as KCTCS has prepared you to do that. And that couldn't have happened without a couple of key things. We want to make sure that we recognize KCTCS. They have a great suite of programs. We have apprenticeships, we have Kentucky Fame, lots of avenues for you all to learn. But there's another key component to this. We have people who want to hire you.
The passion we have in this room is really incredible. And it's passion from the students, it's passion from employers, passion from the community college, and passion from the community itself. That's what has made this such a success and dedication. And I know it takes a lot of hard work, but it is so rewarding to see.
There's one thing that makes people feel relief, and that's certainty. And this program has given me certainty that I will have a long-lasting job with Clarion. And not only do I have the long-lasting job with Clarion, this program gives me the skills that I could go do 10 different things across the board, and you won't find that in any other program.
I want to thank you very much for making this decision to go down this path. I wish you the best of luck, and I cannot wait to see where you go and the great things that you will make here in Kentucky. Congratulations.
Play, and it has music and shows more stats, but if you go to the next video. On the truck, on the PowerPoint.
Hey, Lee.
Yes.
I've got a quick question for
Yes.
you. Can you hear me? So in the video, I think the governor said it was 100,000, the workforce shortage. How much has that grown today?
I haven't heard recent stats because I think the state is having trouble keeping up. And this is no disparaging commentary toward the state. That's not been a huge focus. They're just underwater, as we heard earlier. It's not gotten better. I'll put it that way. It's gotten worse. So, you know, we didn't have enough workers before. There were 100,000 jobs plus open, and 13,000 and change were manufacturing, so 10%. And then guess what happened? Everybody went home except us.
Right.
We still made stuff. We still shipped stuff. So we actually increased.
Okay.
And we lost workers in the process. We've lost workers to retirement. We've lost workers to COVID. So that number is growing. And drivers, the same situation.
Okay.
So as we're getting ready to get started with this next link, what I've been building since I got here 4 years ago, and you all have been a key partner in this, is an awareness campaign. Because what manufacturing does not do is talk about what we do. We're like the Fight Club, if any of you remember that movie. You know, first rule of Fight Club, don't talk about Fight Club. We've got all these big buildings on the side of the road, got stacks and parking lots, but we never let any people in. We don't tell people what we do. In Madisonville, we make shelves for high-end refrigerators that cross the border 3 or 4 times. How would you know that? How would anybody know that? But they're expensive refrigerators. Really, I mean, they're not low-end Kenmores. They're the double door, slide door, all that. Who knows about this stuff? The people who know about it are the people that you sit on your church pew with, your ballpark benches with, when you're asking for money for your travel ball team. Those are the folks who know, because our industry is the one who gives. We are the base for everything. And the base of us is skilled trades. Skilled trades are the horizontal band of workers that stand up every single industry and economy. Your HVAC systems, your plumbing, your electrical wiring, your construction, they build factories, they build hotels, they build restaurants, they build all that. So if you'll hit Be Pro, Be Proud, this is our next initiative.
If you work in a team, you should be using Monday.com. It's a platform to manage any team and any workflow.
The 53-foot double expandable truck behind us is custom built for this purpose. The first really of its kind anywhere in the country was designed so that students of all ages who come on board can have an opportunity to put their hands on the kinds of things they might experience if they go into one or more of these professions. I learned about this initiative about 2 years ago, and ever since I've just been completely in love with it, because it addresses the one thing that we really have been missing in the state, is a way to showcase this to people early enough that they might want to go into this pathway. This is an opportunity for kids to get a chance to learn about construction and robotics and engineering and truck driving, operating a backhoe, all sorts of great opportunities that they could go into and create not just a job, but a career. We've created all these wonderful pathways, but if they don't have an experience or an opportunity to learn about what's down that pathway, they're not going to go down that pathway. We know that in order to change the landscape when it comes to technical professions, we've got to change the ideas students and their parents have about them. And the first thing you have to fix is the idea that these are middle skilled jobs, which is how they have been historically positioned. And it just isn't true.
We have careers that you could do all sorts of things in. You know, we have lawyers, we have attorneys, we have healthcare professionals in manufacturing too, but these folks here are the ones that make it go. They're the ones that build the buildings. They make our phones, they process our food, all the things that we interact with every day. Our industries are such that we require people that have talent and problem-solving capabilities. That doesn't mean you're a one-trick pony. That means you have the ability to ride all the ponies.
The more states that are participating in this effort, the better off we all are. We are not competing with each other for talent. We all have enormous amount of talent in our own backyards. They just need to know what their opportunities look like.
We have Kentucky Fame, we have apprenticeship programs, co-op programs, internships. Those are great, but we're hitting them too late. We're asking them when they're juniors and seniors, you know, to go into this, you know, career path or to look at this career path even. If we can hit them when they're in second or third or fourth grade, seventh grade, then it's more interesting and we're a more compelling story. You know, this truck does a wonderful job of doing that. So,
the governor of Arkansas, Governor Asa Hutchinson, is on record over and over with crediting Be Pro, Be Proud with the increase year over year in our high school graduation rates. In Arkansas, we have two-year college presidents that have credited this program with an increase in their enrollment numbers. And we have teachers that are coming out of the woodwork trying to figure out how they can learn more about the industries in their own neighborhoods or in their own communities so they can better inform their students about what these choices really look like.
Our goal is to round up support, public and private dollars, to get a truck like this a little better because, you know, we've got our thing with Arkansas now, but really paying back into the sort of the Be Pro, Be Proud pot and create a system here that funds all these opportunities. We're looking forward to partner with other entities like Associated General Contractors of Kentucky and really kind of change the landscape. You know, we can have the best workforce, but we have to create it. And the only way we can create it is by getting people interested in it in the first place.
One more video. Oh, it's the news clip with the kids. We'll make it available to you. Yes, that'd be great. I don't have enough magazines for everybody, but I'll leave you with this.
Good day, Africa, and welcome to AI Expo 20.
On our floors, and it gets them on our floors through your system. So I want to say that we couldn't do what we do without the partnership that we have with you all, and I'm greatly appreciated. My members, all of our companies, whether they're members or not, are greatly appreciative of it. And we look forward to continuing to work with you in the future. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks.
Lee, I have one question for you. Sorry, I'm not going to let you get off the stage, even though Paul wants to put the hook on you. I recently had a conversation with Dr. Karen Chester, and she's the superintendent of Fort Thomas Independent Schools in Kenton County. Fort Thomas has been consistently ranked #1 in terms of public school districts in the Commonwealth. A lot of really innovative, cool things doing. And one of the things she's taken advantage of, and I think it's available through KDE, is an assessment tool for high school students. And it's kind of a sort of competency-based, but more around future thinking. Take this assessment tool and you are most likely to succeed in this career or that career, or you'd be a great plumber, or you'd be a great electrician, or, you know, that kind of a tool. It's not required in all of the districts. There's no requirement by the Department of Education, but they have found, at least at Fort Thomas, that it's really helping students to discover their potential, because much like you, I was told if you didn't get a 4-year degree and become a doctor, a lawyer, an accountant, or something like that, you were never going to earn anything. And I know, even though I went into IT, a high-paying field, I'm sure I'm paying plumbers more money than I ever made in IT. So my question is relative to this going pro You know, how are you looking at using that vehicle with these superintendents, potentially marrying that up with this competency or a
Great
type
question.
of tool? You know, how is that connection happening?
So this is a drill bit. The rest of it is the drill and the work. People don't know what they don't know. So if you came up in a family that's educators or IT or banking or whatever, your family friends were probably somewhat close in that realm. You might not know about other jobs. Conversely, if you came up in manufacturing or coal or ag, you would know more about that. The challenge is in Kentucky, there's not a lot of people that know about these jobs because for years they've been sort of shunned. This is an awareness building campaign that when stacked with a number of engagement applications, whether they're clubs that are started by local industry, assessment programs to determine what that might look like early enough so that we can give them gentle guidance. We don't want to push anybody because people want to go where they want to go. But if we wait till they're juniors in high school, they're going to go to the same path they've always gone because they don't know any better. Middle school is where it's at. And if you look at this magazine, that's going to go to every student in 3 different grades in the state of Kentucky. And it showcases these jobs. So the kids will get it, the parents will get it, they'll have an idea. And these programs that are on this truck will rotate based on the needs of what we have. So in manufacturing, if we don't have a need for cars, so Ford's not building cars except for the Mustang anymore, right? Because people weren't buying cars. So we stopped making cars. Education somewhat needs to follow that route. And you all have the ability to do that. You can throttle up or throttle back as you need based on demand in your industry. So if we need restaurant workers, we figure out how to do that. If we need manufacturers, we figure out how to do that. So if we're looking at competencies and we're figuring out how to tell people about these opportunities, then we can guide them better than we currently do, as opposed to just let them go.
Yeah, Dr. Chester said that when they initially did the assessment tool in high school, but that they are now rolling it out in middle school.
And that's where it needs to be.
Yeah.
Great question. Thank you all.
Lee, I have a question or a comment I guess you made is that about 15 years ago, you remember Whirlpool, which was a large employer in the Madisonville, Henderson, Evansville area, closed and moved to Mexico.
Yep.
Well, there was a little company sitting over there named Berry Plastics.
Yep.
That decided to, and that's where your comment about the manufacturing of the shelves and stuff for Berry Plastic was a small company, grown greatly, and now I think that they're one of the larger plastic companies in the United States. And by listening to them I found out like 3 or 4 months ago, they make all of the lids for McDonald's.
Yep.
For their coffee or their soft drinks in the United States. But, you know, everybody was upset because Whirlpool left. Good paying jobs and everything, but a small company was able to really help the area in manufacturing in the Evansville, Henderson, Madisonville area.
It's the natural life cycle of business, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So we always want to be looking forward to the next thing.
I really want to thank you all for your time this morning, and we'll continue to provide workforce reports and keep you up to date. And thanks again.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I remember at one of the state fairs, my grandchildren got to go on one of these big trucks and in Arkansas, and they just thought it was great. So if you get them early, you've got them. But it's so important. All right, let's take a break, okay? 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever, 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, now we're going to switch gears considerably, and I want to introduce two familiar faces, Stephanie Prophet and Amy Coleman. These two staff members from Technology Solutions are going to demonstrate to everyone how to access the virtual workspace for our board policies as we work together to review and edit as needed. And I do want to say that as part of everybody's introduction to an orientation to the board, you probably got a book of policies and it was very heavy, and that was part of it. And then we had more, and so I brought them today to leave behind after 12 years. But also, having a workspace will help your back and help your mind, and so take it away. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. As Chair Henson mentioned, Stephanie is here with us as well, and so if you have any questions as I'm walking through the demo today, feel free, raise your hand. Stephanie will come by and help you through that. Also, there is a printed copy, I believe, of a quick reference guide for each of you. It's also in your board materials, so if you have any questions after we leave today and you need something to reference, you can always reference that. So yes, we do have a virtual workspace that we're utilizing in Microsoft Teams, and today we're going to walk through the process of finding those materials, having conversations within Microsoft Teams. I'm going to start out first on the desktop. In September, you will get new machines, and it will be a laptop similar to what we have here. And so I'm going to walk you through that process first, but then I will quickly run through the difference in the interface on the iPad after we walk through this first process. Okay, so on the screen, you notice that I've already logged into Microsoft Teams. If you've never logged in for the first time, it's going to prompt you. You're going to log in with your Regent email address and password. It's going to bring you to a interface that looks similar to this. Likely, you'll probably only have one tile. That's the Board of Regent virtual workspace. But if you're an employee, a student at KCTCS, you may have other things that you're part of as well. You'll notice the first tile in my Teams is the virtual workspace. So I'm going to click into that. And when I do that, the interface changes a little bit. You're going to see what we call channels across that left navigation. And basically, yeah. You're not seeing your channels? No, because I was logging by. I had to log into our region. I'm not seeing the same thing. Okay, Stephanie will help you out real quick. And so these channels are ways for us to organize content based on topic. So in this instance, I think we have them separated by the section of board policy that you're going to be reviewing and having conversations about. The right pane is where you can have conversations and post about these documents. So if Terry or Pam was to load a document, they may load that document and say, here is this policy 1.1, please review, and then you can start having a conversation about that specific policy. Along the top of this right interface, you're also going to see a section called Files. So if you're ever wondering where a document will live after it's been posted into a conversation, that's going to be in this Files section. So anything that's loaded in a conversation as far as a document, a PDF, Word, Excel, anything will load automatically into this Files section. So that'll be an easy way to get to it if you're not sure where the conversation is on the display. So what I'm going to do, you may notice that there is a channel here called Workshop Training. I'm actually going to jump into that channel and show you a couple of neat additions to having conversations. One thing that we want to point out is if you want to message a specific individual in this group, you can @mention someone. So I have an individual here in the office. I'm going to @mention him by just selecting @ and then his last name, comma, first name. And in your own case, it would be @Regent and so forth. So that's how you could @mention someone. So I sent him that message, and he's going to get a notification because I mentioned him directly. Another option is going to be mention the entire team, which in our case is KCTCS, Board of Regents. So we've got the KCTCS Board of Regents virtual workspace. That's everyone in the team. Then we have some shortcuts. So if you want to just mention the Board of Regents themselves, @BOR, that's going to get those individuals. And then there's also a shortcut for the cabinet. So if you want to reach out to cabinet specifically, @cabinet, that will notify those individuals. Okay, so I have loaded a document already in here for review. I'm going to select that document. And when we're in the desktop version, it actually automatically opens that document directly within Teams. One thing that we'll want to ensure is on is track changes. So you'll notice, I'm going to close out of this conversation panel real quick. This little icon at the top that's currently highlighted in blue, if you select that, it's got either editing or reviewing. We want to always be in reviewing so that it'll track those changes for Pam and Terry so they'll see the changes that are being made. Okay, so once we have track changes turned on, I can then select into the document and make my changes. You'll also notice that there's a red highlighted area. That's someone else in the document. So one thing that Teams has, there's not a battery up here, is there? Power strip. We'll go real quickly. One thing that Teams has is co-authoring, right? So multiple people can be in the document at the same time. And that's what's happening here. Matt's typing into the document. The other item that I wanted to mention is comments. So maybe you don't want to make a change in the document itself. You want to add a comment or a suggestion to the document. There is this little option here that says, thank you. Okay, so there's a little option here that says comment. When I select that, it's going to open up the comments pane. And then I can select anywhere in the document, select new, and that's where my comment's going to reside. So I can then also mention someone specifically, or I can just type in my new comment. Hit the little blue icon, and that's going to capture my comment for both Pam and Terry to review. Okay? Is that any questions about those few items? Okay. I know some of you have been in there already working. Do you have questions about anything that's come up to this point that you may want to ask about as well? Yeah, sure.
When someone makes a change or adds a document, I think I've been getting emails that tell me that. Okay.
Yes, as far as the notifications go, by default, if you're not actively in the team, it will notify you at some point in that day that a document has been loaded or a comment has been made, especially if they specifically mention you. So if I mention the entire board, since you're part of that group, then you would get that notification. If you want to customize your notifications.
Yeah, and I think that's my question is I want to know how to do that.
Within the desktop version, you can come up to this 3 ellipses and go to settings. And this is notifications for all your teams. So you can set up custom notifications based on how you want to receive emails. There's also activity notifications that'll pop up a banner if you're actively in there. So you can do that as well. Or you can turn on notifications for a specific channel. So if I select right next to a channel that I'm specifically interested in, I can turn on activity for all activity that happens on that channel, or I can set a custom as well. So based on that higher level Teams notification, it'll use that custom level.
And there's no place to get a notification through a text, right? Is that correct?
Not through text messaging, no. We could do some workflow type pieces that maybe send out a text message of some sort, but that's not built into the product itself. That would be an additional development effort.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Yes.
Can they put Teams on their iPhones?
They could, yes. If you have a personal device, you can go out to the App Store and download Teams and log in just as you would on your iPad or on your desktop. And that's actually a really handy way for what you're mentioning, Regent Damaris, in that you would always have that kind of available to you and be able to see any updates.
I think I had to do that when my iPad battery died, and I had to go to Teams on my phone.
Gotcha, yes.
Had no other way to do it, but thank you.
All right, I'm going to jump out of the desktop version really quickly and show you just slightly how it differs in the iPad. Alrighty, so I'm back on the iPad now, and so you'll notice that instead of that grid layout, it has more of a list layout. So all your teams will stack directly in that left panel. You can still get to work to the workshop information by going to Files and Post here along the top of the interface. The only difference is when you're on the iPad, if you open the document, it actually doesn't open directly within Teams. It's using the additional applications on the iPad to open the document. And so you'll notice that instead of going directly into reviewing mode, I get this little pencil icon up in the right corner. And that's going to launch it actually in either the Word app that's on your iPad, and in my instance, I have the Office app installed, and so it launched it in that. The one piece that you'll want to keep in mind if you're on the iPad and going to be making edits is the Review tab, and there's a little slider there. It says Track Changes. You want to make sure that's turned on. So you notice that when I hit that icon, it turned it off, but when it's highlighted green, that means it's turned on. Therefore, you can make your edits, and it'll track those for Pam and Terry. Commenting is also available here. You can select within the document and use these icons at the top to make your new comment, and also add new information into your block as well. So there's just a slight difference there within the iPad, but you won't have the iPads for very long. I think in September we'll have the new devices. So, all right. Well, that's all I had. If you have any questions for us, feel free to reach out to Stephanie or I. We'd be glad to help. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now we have a recommendation, an action item following up that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the KCTCS Board of Regents policy on policies. If you will pull up attachment A, I would like to ask for Ms. Duncan to present this item.
It's been up on the work site, but the policy on policies is basically your roadmap toward your other policies. I have been in contact with Chair Henson and Vice Chair Ramirez and Secretary Fletcher to let them know that we're kind of running a little bit behind on our schedule of revisions, but we do anticipate to still keep our December deadline. However, this is, in my opinion, a great beginning to the board so that we will have a set format and we will proceed using this format. If you could just scroll down so we can see the rest of purpose, scope, policy. The policy addresses the substantive changes versus the technical edits. And I hope that you have all read it and commented. We adjusted and revised based on comments that we received from several regions. And this is the final version. If I could just ask Terry to stand up briefly and say this is in person, Terry. We've met her. But she and I have been trying to be responsive to any comments on the team site. But I think this is ready to go and should address your issues. So that's that.
Okay. So are there any questions about that?
So,
yes, Tammy.
So September will be our last meeting. The the ones that are Mark, Angela, myself, and Joe, unless he gets reelected. So what is our process of this? Because the end of December is when we're supposed to need this, and so what will happen when you have 4 new elected board members to know what to do, and what is our process that September's our last meeting with this?
Well, they will have their onboarding. They still need to be confirmed by the Senate, but
I was just saying that it would be kind of difficult. I mean, my point is, are we supposed to do all this before September?
No.
Our last meeting? Okay, that was my.
No.
Okay.
So this is a lot to look at and revise and discuss, so.
Right, and Tammy, there is a timeline on the virtual workspace. So it lays out which policies are going first, second, third, fourth. And then concurrent with that, there is the review of the bylaws and everything else. So by December, we're hoping everything will be able to be approved. This virtual workspace is by way of bypassing the second reading of each policy, because we've had ample opportunity for all the regions to look at it. So we don't have to, with the limited number of meetings that we have, we don't have to, take almost 2 years to revise all the policies.
So having done this, I don't know if you've done this through your staff senate or what, but it's a very collaborative process, and it avoids the need to have special meetings, because we didn't want to have a special meeting on this. But you can see the ongoing discussion if people will take the time to do it. So it puts the onus on everybody to read it and to comment, for the good of the whole. So just jump right in.
Chair Henson, I do have one. It's not really a question, it's just an observation. In the policy, can we scroll down to the what I call the iterative process of this policy? I think it's in this review and amendment, a little bit lower, where it talks about policies will be on a regular schedule so that they are reviewed fairly regularly. Since we're going to be adopting modifications to all of these policies, and I love the regular review part, because that means we don't get to where we are today, which is some policies haven't been looked at in 2 decades. How will that be accomplished again? Is that going to be a regular review of like a third of the policies, or how is that going to work? Because we're going to be approving them all at once.
Right. So I think as they're approved, based on the effective date, we will go ahead and set a date at that point. So then as they're approved, we'll have a rolling schedule, and we'll put ticklers on the calendar so that we'll say, hey, Regents, this one's coming up for review because it was approved on X date. And we will start that process that way so that we'll have a rolling schedule. Now that said, you will have policies that interplay with other policies. So if you have one that comes up for review and something changes in it, then we might have to move up or bump up the review of the other one that's in.
And your office would identify that linkage. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? This is just good practice. I'm glad we're doing this, so thank you. Okay, so I'd like to call for a motion and a second. The motion being the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the KCTCS Board of Regents policy on policies as found in attachment A.
So moved.
Thank you. Damon made the motion.
I'll second.
Lisa Damaris seconded it. I'd like to call for the vote, and this will be a roll call vote. Ms. Duncan?
Chair Henson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Damaris,
Aye.
Regent Fletcher,
Aye.
Regent Allen,
Yes.
Regent Bynum,
Yes.
Regent Waltz, yes, Regent Simon, Regent Girdler,
Aye.
Regent Herming,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McFadden,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
Yes.
Regent Thompson,
Yes.
and Regent Wells.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and motion carries.
Thank you. And please note that with this vote, we will not need to take another vote during tomorrow's meeting because this is the full board. Before we adjourn, I just wanted to give a shout out to Kara McFadden. She sent a podcast, her mother did, of her presentation on workforce and work ready from this week, and it was on her local radio station. And she interviewed, was it Jesse Findling, the person?
It was Miss Jamie Lindsay.
Jamie Lindsay, close, the woman who spoke to us about her experience with Delta. And the enthusiasm of Jamie and the enthusiasm of Kara was captivating to the presenters. And what a good ambassador. So these stories get told one person at a time. And as Chris and I were talking, it's electric when you see these people transformed, whether it's the work pro signing days or what. But be an ambassador wherever you are. And I meant to say something when Mr. Lingo was in the room, but that was a great commercial that reached thousands of people. So good job.
Thank you.
Good. So I'd like to call for a meeting to adjourn. All right, Angela, second, Barry Martin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay. So the motion passes and the meeting adjourns at 11:04. Okay, we now have an executive session, so if you need to take a 3-minute break. Kentucky Community and Technical College Board of Regents Executive Committee. The time is 11:10. The press was notified of the meeting on June the 2nd. The Honorable Pam Duncan will serve as parliamentarian. Would you please call the roll?
Chair Henson.
Present.
Vice Chair Damaris.
Here.
Secretary Fletcher.
Present.
Regent Allen.
Here.
Regent Gergler.
Here.
Regent Stevens.
Here.
All people are present and we have a quorum.
Thank you. The minutes were distributed to all members. Are there any corrections? If there are no corrections, the minutes are approved. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? There being none, we'll proceed as presented. Okay, we have an action item that the KCTCS Board of Regents adopt the following meeting calendar for 2022. March 24 and 25, June 9th and 10th, September 15 and 16, and December 1 and 2. A proposed 2022 regular meeting calendar was presented for review as an information item at the KCTCS Board of Regents meeting. Are there any questions or further discussion? Okay, so I'd like to call for a motion, a second. The motion being that the Executive Committee recommend the KCTCS Board of Regents adopt the meeting calendar for 2022, those dates being March 24 and 25, June 9th and 10th, September 15th and 16th, and December 1 and 2. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Wendy made the motion. James Lee seconded it. I'd like to call for the vote. Ms. Duncan, would you please proceed with the roll call?
We can do this by consensus.
Okay.
If there are no objections, then the motion will carry. Do we have any objections? All right, the motion carries.
Thank you. And at the board meeting tomorrow, this item will not be reported since it's part of the board's consent agenda. If a board member requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda, it will be discussed as part of the committee's report. Okay, our next action item is that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the renewal of the mission statement for Jefferson Community and Technical College, JCTC, as presented in the agenda materials. I would like to ask Dr. Zarapata to introduce the agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Henson. We have with us the president of JCTC, Dr. Ty Handy, and he's going to say a few words.
Sure. Thank you. So we do this every 3 years. Each college is required by policy to do this. We revamped entirely our mission statement 3 years ago. That was actually 4 years ago, right in that neighborhood. I was new at the time, so we did a conference and looked at this. We did a collaborative process back then. We duplicated that collaborative process over the last few months with faculty, with staff, with some students, and with our community members, including both our foundation board and our board of directors. And ultimately, it was determined that while we had tried 3 years ago to develop what we hoped would be a timeless mission statement that could continue, that was validated by all of those groups. They all agreed that what we're doing is right on cue, and we should not make new changes to our document. So what we're really asking is for you to reaffirm the existing mission statement.
Okay.
I'll take any questions about it.
I just had a comment on it. So I thought your mission statement was great because it was short and concise. It included terms such as inclusive, and I love seeing like the value statement. I think that's very important. So
We did
I
not
like
have
that.
that before, so that was something we added.
Yeah.
And it was tough because mission statements in colleges oftentimes run more than one page.
Right.
Going through it the first time was a little bit more easier.
Nice job.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? I think the values provide a good template for action and programs and everything. Okay, I'd like to call for a motion and a second that the Executive Committee recommend that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the mission statement for Jefferson Community and Technical College as presented in the board materials.
So moved.
Damon Allen made the motion.
Second.
James Lee seconded. Any other discussion? I'd like to call for the vote. Ms. Duncan?
Because this is one of your statutory duties, I will take roll call. Chair Henson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Damaris.
Yes.
Secretary Fletcher.
Yes.
Regent Allen.
Yes.
Regent Gergler.
Yes.
Regent Stevens.
Yes.
The vote is
Thank you. All right, the next meeting of the KCTCS Board of Regents Executive Committee will be held September 16th at the KCTCS System Office in Versailles. So I'd like to call for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Wendy Fletcher.
Second.
Lisa seconded it. I'd like to call for the vote. Please raise your hands if you are in favor of adjournment. All right, it carries, and we are
College Tech System, EEAC. Ms. Duncan, well, that's the general counsel, and if you would call the roll and make sure there's a quorum.
Okay, I have reviewed the members. Regent Allen has stepped out for a moment, but all other members are here. You have a quorum and may proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. The minutes have been distributed to all of you. Any corrections or additions to the minutes of the last meeting, which was in, I don't know when. Several, because we haven't met in a year or a year and a half. If I'm hearing no corrections or so is, I'll have the minutes stand as approved. Next item is Chancellor Williams is going to make a brief presentation in reference to the strategic plan. Dr. Williams?
Thank you, Regent Stevens. I appreciate that. Colleagues who are going to join me up here. I would like to introduce to you, if you haven't already met them, Alicia Crouch, Vice Chancellor for Research and Policy Analysis, and Alan Lawson, who's Director of Data Analytics and Visualization. They are being the support infrastructure for our strategic planning process to develop our next plan. They've given you a timeline, a projected timeline in your materials, and we're going to go over that briefly today. Invite any questions or discussion. And during the meeting, we're not going to ask you to vote, but we are going to ask you to affirm that you're comfortable with the time periods that we're suggesting and the calendar that we're suggesting. Understanding that any chair of the Board of Regents do over the summer, we can all make adjustments to this, but we have to start somewhere. So this is our starting point. So Alan, if you would please.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, and good morning, everyone. I am Alan Lawson. I work in the Office of Research and Policy Analysis, or ORPA, within the Chancellor's office here at the system. And as you all are aware, our current strategic plan ends in June of next year, June 30th of 2022. And per KCTCS Board of Regents Policy 4.9 and Administrative Policy 4.9.1, we need to develop a new strategic plan to be implemented in July, so July 1st of 2022. So what I wanted to do today is give you all just a brief update on the work that has been completed to date, and also provide you with some information on what we are proposing and recommending for moving forward. So I'll go ahead and jump right in. As Dr. Williams stated, our office, ORPA, will be coordinating the information gathering and leading the project on behalf of the system office, and then the President's leadership team, the delivery and programs action team, will be leading the planning process on behalf of the colleges. So consistent with policy, there are several activities that we would like to implement and are proposing to follow moving forward. The first is engaging you all, engaging the Board of Regents in the planning process and in the final approval of that plan. We are also working on an environmental scan that looks at trends and forces that may impact KCTCS over the next 4 to 8 years. And also compiling a separate supply and demand report. So looking at our total graduates and our actual graduates and our projected graduates, looking at total jobs and projected jobs, and organizing those by the top industry sectors in the state, as well as across all industries in Kentucky. We are also planning to hold an externally facilitated planning session with the President's leadership team to help narrow in on the major goal areas. And then we're going to be surveying a lot of folks as well. So we are planning at least 2 surveys, perhaps other feedback mechanisms as well. We need to review the KCTCS mission, vision, and values, but we also need to really get out with all of these external stakeholders as well, and really see what is the vision for KCTCS in 2026 or in 2028 or whatever the future that we're going with this plan. So those stakeholders that we need to collect feedback from include you all, the Board of Regents, the President's leadership team, faculty, staff, and students at the colleges, our College Board of Directors and Foundation Board members, and external agencies such as CPE, the Kentucky Department of Education, our Kentucky Chamber and WIB, and of course industry as well. Another vital element of the plan moving forward is that we need to make sure that our plan is aligned with the priorities of the state. So around November, we should have the CPE strategic agenda, which is going to run through 2030. And so one of the things we'll need to do is make sure that our goals are in alignment with those priorities. And you all have probably seen the matrix that shows the KCTCS strategic plan goals and the action plan goals and the strategic agenda. So really focusing on that alignment from the beginning and making sure that we are going to be well positioned to meet the needs of the state. We are also planning to develop a series of action plans, and the first action plan will cover a 2-year period, which will have more specific strategies and tactics to, essentially provide direction and specificity to help us reach those goals. And then all of our institutions, all 16 KCTCS colleges, are also developing their strategic plans. So we're going to collaborate as much as possible in these efforts. The stakeholders, the input that we need to gather is the same for us and for those colleges. So why not combine those resources and those efforts and try to streamline that and get as comprehensive input as we can manage. That also reduces the burden on those stakeholders of only having to supply the information one time. In terms of the length of the plan, the last 2 KCTCS strategic plans have each been 6 years. But this time, the CPE strategic agenda is going to go through 2030. So in talking with the delivery and programs action team, what they are recommending is that the next 2 KCTCS strategic plans each span a 4-year period, so that the last year of that second plan would end in 2030. So it would facilitate that alignment with the CPE strategic agenda. And it also helps maintain alignment with the biennial budget development cycle in Kentucky. So this is the area where we really want your feedback and thoughts, because how long our plan is going to go really drives and determines how a lot of these other processes are going to work.
Alan, can you touch on where CPE is in their process of strategic planning?
Right, I can't. Alicia would probably be better positioned to do that.
Sure. So the idea is that the Council of Post-Secondary Education will have their board approve their plan in November. So right now they have worked with a lot of the community and external stakeholders to drive the overall goals. And then we're starting to have monthly meetings next week to look at what kind of metrics will happen beneath those goals, which will help us determine performance metrics locally. So we hope to know a whole lot more several months before that November timeframe.
if I can add to that, the Academic and Strategic Initiative Subcommittee at CPE is leading their strategic planning process. They met yesterday. They looked at value, mission and value statements, and they also reviewed the stakeholder input. So they really are right on track to be ready to vote on this in November. And they have committed to that plan through 2030. So I do not believe the time period will change, but the metrics that are included are still under discussion. So we really do hope that, again, this is not an official vote, but as part of this process, it's very important to us that you all are comfortable with the 2 4-year plans as opposed to moving to 1 6-year plan that would end before the before the CPE strategic agenda ended. We feel like 4 years is enough to accomplish things and see, progress on metrics. But it's not so long that the world has changed and our strategic, initiatives have not changed with it. So we welcome your comments. I'm seeing a lot of yeses, but yes.
I guess I have a question just for my own knowledge. Is there like a post-mortem analysis of the previous strategic plan that's performed?
Yeah, so for each of our 2-year action plans, which build up to the strategic plan, we do a progress report. And then when the strategic plan is over, there will be a comprehensive report that I will develop showing, where we started, where we are in those gains, and maybe areas where we need to redouble our focus.
When does that usually come out?
The data for next year will be finalized probably summer, something like that. So I would think of fall of 22.
Right now, the annual action plan summaries, and the action plans are not approved by the board. They are a mechanism that we use to make system-wide goal, secondary goals to move things forward. Those are available now off of the Chancellor's Office Info Center under the action plan folder. And I'm happy, the board members don't necessarily have access to that, but if you want to see those, we'd be more than happy to email the report to you. It speaks to specific tactics that we were taking to move forward with things. In each of your president's reports, you get a report on one or more of the strategic measures out of the 6-year plan, and that's included in context. You get those annually. So sometimes those are reported to you directly, particularly when we were in the virtual environment. It seemed best to report them to you in a written structure, but you are constantly getting feedback on the strategic plan goals. Regent Damaris?
No, I'm just listening.
I'm
doing this. And
I was just going to say to Joe, one of the things that's happened in the virtual as opposed to this is part of the reports we would get. We would always have a presentation, usually by Alicia, of how we're doing the metrics, and they're great graphics, would keep us updated. So we just have not been able to have the same impact, but those reports are there, and it behooves us to look at them,
So I guess if you all don't mind using the team, your actual virtual teams, Ian, are all of you comfortable? We just really need to hear today that you're comfortable with the 4 years, that makes sense in some way. So whether you're shaking hands or you're shaking your head,
when we
see go. So
when we do the
Dr. Williams, I just had to make sure I understood it. I'm okay with it. So what I hear you guys saying is that the 2 4 years will make us align with CPE schedule, kind of like this is a transition period. And then from there, we'll be aligned with CPE going forward.
From there, I think, after those 8 years, there will need to be a scan to see how long the board and the system feel like a strategic plan should be. CPE has really extended their plan longer than they normally would because of this, their big goal of 60% of Kentuckians having a higher education credential by 2030. And so their board felt like, since that's their big goal, let's just make it the big goal of our next strategic plan. But this is to fit into, these states are to fit into that big plan outlook, but still give us a lot more nimbleness and flexibility, because we need to be nimble and flexible. That said, the process will probably change.
Thank you.
But like if you do the 2 in 4 years, we're not where we need to be. We can figure out and change, and like you said, it gives us a little bit more flexibility instead of being in that 8-year period.
Well, we appreciate the affirmation. Alan's going to take just a minute to kind of show you some of the activities that are going to happen, but again, they are in the materials, and we know that we're running behind here. So if you want to just hit any highlights.
Sure. If we look at the timeline, in January and February of this year, we mainly took some time to review our historical planning practices and to review the policy guidance to see, to frame this project and how we should move this forward. As we moved into March, that's when the Delivering Programs Action Team came up with the recommendation for the 4-year plans, and you all also received an update at that time. And that's also when the environmental scan was suggested. And really, that's just, we can't do this plan in isolation. We have to look at what's going on nationally, regionally, at the state level to understand how we might be impacted. We worked on that plan through April and into May, and right now it is being reviewed by some of the presidents. We hope to finalize that this month. We are also, from around June through September is when we're really going to focus on the input and feedback gathering. So developing some surveys and getting input from those stakeholder groups I mentioned earlier. And then as we move into September, we will provide you all with another update then. And that's also when we're planning for the externally facilitated planning session with the presidents, not to determine the final goals, but really just to narrow in on those goal areas. What do they need to be, roughly? And then once we have that information, we will compare it to the CPE strategic agenda and make sure that we're in alignment there, and then come back hopefully here in December and work with you all and have a bit of a facilitated planning session to really finalize those goals and provide the structure we need to start coming up with performance indicators and determining the measures and targets we'll use to assess our performance there. When we return from institutional close in January, we will really kick up the action plan development. So developing those specific strategies and tactics to provide a little more direction in how we're going to accomplish the goals. And then as we move into February, we hope to have the final strategic plan ready for the presidents to review and approve, which will then come to you all in March of 2022 for your review and approval. And then in April, we are going to have that action plan ready to go and approved by the presidents. And then as we move into May and June of 2022, communication and marketing to really get that plan out there and get it ready to roll out in June so that we're ready to implement on July 1 of 2022.
So with that, are there any questions about the process or comments or concerns?
I do have a question. The strategic plan kind of rolls up all of the information that's presented at each of the different colleges into one plan. How do we reconcile the uniqueness of the different colleges within the different regions of the state? So if there's a goal or something more particular to colleges in the southeastern side of the state that is not really as prevalent in the northern part of the state, how does that happen? Is there any way for those colleges to have a unique goal that is not necessarily part of the whole system?
So maybe Alan and I can tag to this, but I think it goes back to what you mentioned at the beginning. We set what some colleges would call, wildly important goals. They are the big goals, the graduation rate targets, the targets around our folks in the workforce. The colleges within that big structure, as Alan mentioned earlier, set their own strategic plans. So it may be different, but their work also may have separate work, but it also needs to be working towards those big system goals around diversity, around graduation, around placement, around retention, whatever the metrics are that we come up with. Alan, you want to add to that?
I'll just add that that's another one of the reasons why we really want to collaborate with the colleges as we gather this input and feedback, because we don't know what's going on in every specific situation. And then also the action plan, that's really where the colleges shine, because the goals are aligned, the overarching goals, but with these tactics and strategies, the specific things that are actionable, we need those to be driven up by the colleges. So that's why the presidents are so involved, and we work so closely with the IR folks at those institutions who lead that information gathering and strategy development there.
So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Each college still will have something that they're doing that's outside, potentially. the colleges can still pick some of those strategies on their own. They may have a goal, or they may choose a partnership. You know, they may partner with Achieve the Dream or some national group, and while that will influence their work towards the system-wide goal, they may still have local dedicated goals. Dr. Handy had to step back out. But Jefferson's goal, for example, even though it's part of the larger goal around increasing the number of underrepresented minority students who are graduating, Jefferson took that on, and they took very specific strategies that, because of their community and their partnerships, were different than other colleges' strategies. And so while that lifted up the system goal, it was very targeted to their institution as well. I don't know if that gets to where you're going.
It does. So just one last follow-up question, and this kind of goes back to, it was probably 2 or 3 years ago. I think I asked Wendell about budgeting around the same theme. We seem to be getting a lot of budgeting financial information at the rolled up level, I'll call it. And Wendell, I can't remember when we changed this, but we started with the budget packets to start getting information about each of the individual colleges. So while it wasn't presented during our meetings, we did have the ability to look at a budget for each of the different colleges. Is that something that could be possible with this strategic planning? I know that Alicia does a great job of giving us high-level progress against strategic goals that affect the whole system, but is there a way for us to see some of those unique strategic goals at the colleges, even if it's just in report format?
Sure, we can do that. I mean, we have kind of from both sides, because we have the individual college strategic plans, and some of them will already be underway based on the timing of their plan, and some will be being developed out of this process. So we can collect that information and share it with you in summary form. And then the colleges also, I mean, we do that in multiple areas. We have an annual program review, for example, that we share with the Council on Post-Secondary Education. That's not towards the strategic goal, but it's the same concept of, we pull together each college's set of program reviews of their program offerings, enrollments, and that. We subsume them into one bigger report that gets the CPE. I'm sure we could look at the local strategic plans through the institutional effectiveness and research peer team, pull those together as one of the foundational documents, but the colleges will be in staggered places.
Yeah.
We can certainly bring them forward.
I personally, I think it would be helpful to me. I think that there are times when I'm in my local community and talking with folks, and even folks who represent, say, Gateway on the board of directors, and they know a little bit more about specific initiatives than I do. So it'd be helpful.
I'd be happy to do that. You'll bless the work, and they'll start working with their.
Thank you.
But with that, I think we're done, unless you have any other questions. Is there anything else, Holly, you need to add?
Was there another question? Okay, no. Well, I thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And I'll report the summary of that at the regular board meeting tomorrow. The next item is the survey that we did on board, that each of the board members did. First of all, I want to thank Hannah for getting that together and getting it out. She sent one of the emails out to say that, you know, don't let Mr. Stevens call you, don't let James Lee call you on Memorial Day. And I only asked for one person's cell phone, and that was Chris, and I didn't have to call him. So I'm really proud of Chris in that regard but we only had 2 regents that did not respond. And I was very appreciative of the feedback, and I think that you can read the results, but I will take a few moments to recap some of the high points. I think that one of the things that's most impressive to me was the comments about the new president and his communication skills with the board and his willingness to listen to us and provide us with additional information. There was a couple of comments in reference to political motivation and views, and I'm not going to discuss that, but we have 8 board members that are appointed through the governor's office. And so consequently, we're going to have difference of opinions and ideas. With that being said, I will say that it's my opinion that this is a great board, that we have different opinions and ideas, but we work together and we come together and we focus on the mission. One of the things that I would think that in the future that I would ask the new chairman and the president, we need a retreat. We need some type of retreat that we can meet and get the focus on his mission and his vision and our mission is what I'm saying. There was some concern in reference to fundraising and how fundraising is done and the approach to it. I know that Vice President Moeller has met with us at various times and encouraged us, but I think there needs to be it was the feeling of the report, there needs to be an improvement. We need to have a better strategy, especially since state funding continues to get less and less type of situation. Another item that stood out in the survey that you all performed is more effective meetings during the pandemic. And I think that we learned a lot from the pandemic and the meeting schedule and how it's to be done and this and that. I think we've made great strides and steps in that. There were several suggestions how we can improve the in-person meeting. And I think that those are things that we need to address in the future. There were several comments in the structure of the meetings that we needed to be able, even if you were not on a committee, you would be able to sit in and hear that. There was a couple of discussions. I know that the procedure has been in the past that usually prior to the meetings that someone from the systems office calls and goes over the agenda with the chairman. There was a couple of comments that said that maybe that meeting not only should include the chairman, but the other people on that particular committee so that you can have, if there's any questions, that there's not a lot of scrambling going on at the meeting. I think it's important. The results showed that we're in a building process. We need to continue to build on what has developed over the last couple of years, this and that. You know, and it is my opinion that we'll have Chairman Henson will be replaced. My term is up, and I have made application, but I found out the last week is that process is not done to the last of June, and they have somewhere between 10 and 15 regions throughout the state that'll be appointed by the last of June type of thing. So I'm optimistic I'll be reappointed. But we have 4 new people possibly coming on. Hope Joe runs and hope he's elected, but Angela will be going off, and Mark and Tammy. We have 2 new students. So we have a monumental task come September and next year with a lot of new members to include them in the report. That's just a thumbnail sketch. You can look at it. I'll certainly, and this is a committee of the whole. So basically if anyone wants any comments or makes any comments, I'll be glad to give you an opportunity to make those, is what I'm saying at this time. But I just gave you a thumbnail sketch. I think it's tremendously important that the new chairman or the executive committee, and I'm going to put a personal thing in. I think the executive committee should, not only include those elected officers, but those various committee chairmen as we have here, and maybe that we have subcommittees within those committees type of thing. We have a lot of material that is presented to us each and every meeting. And the more information we can get out ahead of time prior to the meeting and discussion, I think that it helps us all. So with that, Madam Chairman, I'll be glad that anybody wants to make any comments, they certainly may. And thank you for the opportunity to serve on this committee. This is my 6th year. For 5 years, I served on one committee. 4 years as a participant, one time as a chairman, and then the chairman of this. And that's what we're talking about committees. There needs to be a rotation. There needs to be more people at least ask what committee they want on. And maybe you can't get on the committee next year, but the next year you can, is what I'm saying is. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'll open the floor for any suggestions, ideas, or comments.
I'd like to comment, Regent Stevens.
I think, Regent Stevens, that you make some excellent observations and summary comments. You know, when we started doing this survey, I think we're on the third one, or this is the third one. It was originally introduced as sort of a mandated requirement for SACS accreditation. But what it has evolved into is a tool that members of this board can use to communicate with each other in a very transparent way, the ways in which the board can improve its ability to work together. And I really have seen some major changes. At least I've been on this board for 5 years. I feel like transparency is better. I feel like communication is better. I echo James Lee's comments about continuing that, you know, having more people be able to voice their interest in participations in committees, and whether it's just participation or a leadership role. I know since General Counsel Duncan has come on, the use of the officers has been tremendously helpful. Gail and I have talked about that. You know, not having to put all the responsibility on one person to make these decisions that are made. And so I have seen just a wonderful evolution in the last couple of years. I think a lot of it has come out of using this tool, and I think we could leverage it even more, and we can start to track how we're working better as a team. So Regent Stevens, thank you very much. I echo your comments and I appreciate them.
James Lee, one of the things that I think we've seen that has been effective, and we had to do it because of COVID, was having everybody be able to sit in on both the academic and the finance committees. It's staggering, you know, the times. And I saw that as a recommendation in there. And
right, and I just food for thought. I know that we had an executive committee, and you know, you may have people to vote on the executive committee, but there's no need to pick up nameplates and this and that. We need to be inclusive, and everybody, even at the executive committee, if any board member has a concern or question, then they need to raise that as a question in this type of situation. So, you know, that's the only way. And I thought, you know, I want to comment Damon and Wendell, because there's an item that we're coming up later on the agenda that was put on there and I didn't think it was a good item. And so I brought up, when we had the finance committee prior to, I brought up and said, I want some more information. And I think that that's what Lisa and I have heard a lot of times, is that we just need more information so that we can engage and we can hopefully make a better decision. This committee, this Board of Regents, it makes the tough decisions, but we always put students first. And that's what I'm the most proud of. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
So, Madam Chair, I had one comment. I was trying to find where it was. It was around like the committee reports and stuff. I said they go on too long, because in some of the board meetings, they're 30-minute committee reports, which is abnormal for boards. So overall, my comment in relation to that was just more about keeping the schedule, et cetera, because everybody's busy and makes other appointments, et cetera. So I would just say with the committee reports, we all read the materials, we're prepared. I think I timed a couple of them, and they were over 30 minutes long, and I just thought that was a little too long. And then the meeting lasted an hour later. So that was one of my feedbacks for just functioning better. I think it was question 17. So I would just say keep that in mind. And that was one of the, if we had like your meeting or Chris's
academic meetings, if they were to have a team meeting preliminary, and that's what I'm saying, prior to the regular meetings presented to everything to us is, then it may make their meeting go a lot faster, is what I'm saying is. Yeah,
During
have
the prep time,
prep
yeah.
time and this and that, yeah.
Okay.
And again, great report about the Paul and your staff responding to requests from every Board of Regents member. There was nothing but positive things. No matter who it's from, if they had a question or concern, it was always given to them. And we, as Regents, we certainly appreciate that's what I'm saying, because it wasn't always like that.
I work for you.
I would just add, I appreciate the report. I know we're in our third year now, but being able to formalize what those recommendations are, take them out top line in terms of, okay, these are the improvements that we'd like to see, and let's track those as a board. And if we do make changes, being able to tie it back to this report or a report from the past years, because I do think sometimes important things fall through the cracks because it's a survey. You know, what happened from 3 years ago, that was a great suggestion that maybe didn't get followed up, et cetera. But I think it serves a really strong purpose, and it creates transparency.
And that was one of my recommendations, that the new chairman or the team take this and take it seriously, because this is input from all the board members. Take it seriously, put an action plan together. And then sometime, and as I said, the retreat or so is, here's the action plan, and to work with the staff here and finalize it and move on and keep a scorecard of how we're doing.
Yeah, I agree, Karen. I think that's why I said the comment earlier about it started out as sort of a mandate for SACS accreditation, but it really has evolved into a great information tool. So now it needs to be actionable. And I also agree, and this goes to leadership style, but thank you, Paul, for being so open. And while you were served as interim and now as the permanent president, the individual calls to board members where we get to have one-on-one conversation with you is really helpful. Because if you're not in a leadership role, either a committee or chair, you don't get that interaction with the president. And so you've really opened up the communication channels amazingly. And so thank you.
If there are any other questions, comments? The next meeting, the EAC committee will be in March or sooner if it's determined by the board. Hearing none I'll call for a motion to adjourn. Second. Ms. Duncan.
Are there any objections to adjourning? Hearing none, the motion passes and you are adjourned.
Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome, young lady.
All right, thank you. So first question is, are there any additions or changes to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, I would like to note that since we met on Monday, June 7th, I have added the minutes for approval to the materials. The minutes were sent out for review and posted on Onboard. Do we have any objections to adding the minutes from June 7th for approval? Okay. Hearing none, the minutes have been distributed to you for review. Are there any corrections to either of the minutes, March 18th or June 7th? Okay. So hearing no corrections, the minutes are approved. So the first or the second action item for our committee is the recommendation that the KCTCS Board of Regents ratify the personnel actions listed in the agenda materials. And for this item, I'd like to call on President Zarapata to present this item.
Thank you, Chair Allen. Before I pass the baton over to Wendell, I did want to recognize 4 of our college presidents here: Dr. Ty Handy, Dr. Scott Williams, Dr. Jennifer Linden, and Dr. Kofi Akopko. Wendell? All right.
I was gonna say he might as well just sit at one of the mics. Yeah, so Wendell, we made an executive decision for you to just park at one of the microphones, so.
Good afternoon. As it's been custom, I guess, that the personnel actions that they take place during the quarter and then the board acts upon those. You have them in your packet. There are a number of them, primarily this time, the promotions of the faculty with regard to, I'll just go from the top. And one of the things I want to call to the attention of the Finance Committee and to the board in general, you don't see Dr. Zarapata's listed in here as his appointment. You all have done that separately, so that's not listed as personnel actions. And so that's there, but the administrative appointments, there's really nothing to report on retirements. Faculty promotions, you see there are several pages of them. Along the same lines, there are nothing to report on any special leaves, 90 days. Good thing also, there's nothing to report this quarter.
And Wendell, real quick, if you can make sure your microphone's on, please.
Can you hear me now? Hear me? All right, there we go. All right. With regard to special leaves, nothing to report. Desk, nothing to report. Summary functions, you see those on the academic appointments, administrative appointments, nothing to report. Reappointments, everything is right down the line. As far as an update, I'll give you a couple of things with regard to, you see that the number of faculty and staff under the UK policies and the 18A 151B, they continue to decline, as well as KT and KERS. As far as an update with regard to changes since this report was compiled, as of Wednesday, today's Thursday, Tuesday, we did have one less with regard to UK faculty and staff. We had no changes with regard to 18A or 151B, and we have 5 changes with regard to KCTCS faculty, and actually 6 less with regard to staff. As overall faculty positions that are vacant, as of Tuesday, we have that number's increased with regard to from 40 to 77 for faculty, and from staff from 59 to 78 as of 8/6/21. So overall, the personnel actions are primarily custom, as they normally are customary. At this time of the year, you see a lot of changes with regard to faculty promotions. But so, Mr. Chair, I would recommend that the Finance Committee ratify the personnel actions to the board.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any questions or items for further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to call for a motion and a second that the Finance, Technology, and Human Resources Committee recommend that the KCTCS Board of Regents ratify the personnel actions listed in the agenda materials.
So moved.
Okay, so Karen, second, Dr. Henson. And then I would like to call for the vote. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes unanimously. So the next item is the KCTCS tuition. So the recommendation before us is that the Board of Regents approve and report to the Council on Post-Secondary Education a $0 per student credit hour tuition increase for 2021 through 2022 for in-state students. This action is allowed within CPE's tuition rate structure at Kentucky's public post-secondary education institutions for 21-22. And the result will be the following 21-22 per credit hour tuition rates, which are in your materials: $179 for in-state students. Out-of-state would stay, contiguous out-of-state would stay at $358, and then other out-of-state would be at $627. So at this point, I'd like to call on President Zarapata to introduce this agenda item.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair Allen. I think the Board of Regents and KCTCS can make a very powerful statement by freezing tuition this year. We will be only one of two institutions that are going to hold tuition steady. Kentucky State University, from what I understand, is going to hold it there. We're going to put a lot of press around this. We're going to put some video to it tomorrow. And I think we've got a great story to tell. It's the right thing to do. I think it's going to resonate very well with the legislature, as I've spoken to the House and Senate and the governor. I'll let Wendell expand on that.
No, I echo with what Dr. Zarapata said. I think it promotes affordability. It sends the right message at the right time, particularly coming out of COVID. We have been the low-cost leader. It maintains that. I think there can be a lot of positive press, particularly as things reopen, and people do need to upskill, as we heard this morning with regard to the presentation. So our recommendation is that the board not increase rates, $0 credit hour change from 2021 to the 21-22 fiscal year.
Any questions or comments from the committee? All right, hearing none, I'd like to call for a vote. So I need a motion, please. Dr. Henson, second.
Second.
James Lee, thank you, sir. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. All right, motion passes unanimously. So the next item up for discussion on our agenda is the 21-22 KCTCS salary schedule. So the recommendation before us is that the Board of Regents approve the 21-22 salary schedule and attachment B of your materials, which includes salary ranges for regular full-time faculty and staff. And the Board of Regents, we must approve funding for the salary schedule within the KCTCS annual budget. So again, I'd like to call on President Zarapata to present this item.
Yes, so the last time we made this change was in June of 2017. We've been speaking internally. We feel that it's time to increase that. I'm gonna let Wendell expand on this, but Wendell, if you could also touch on how we came to 10%.
Right, well, we came to 10% looking at, and you could argue it's arbitrary, but trying, if you'll notice the various bands, if you have in your presentation attachment A, we've marked through what the, we did not change the minimum, because if we change the minimum, then that becomes a recurring item in hiring people that we would be affected by, in the sense that it would cost colleges and everyone else if that band, because we do have some people that are at minimums. And we discussed that about a year ago with regard, prior to COVID, with regard to the compression study. But that being said, we looked at the market, which is the midpoint and the maximum, to make an adjustment. The 10% number, because the bands do overlap, kind of like my fingers from a demonstrated point, you have the maybe top of one band, and the band right above it will also be at the minimum of that, will have some relationship to that and actually feed into that. The 10% allows a significant enough increase to also adjust the market and the maximum for the bands, but not distort the overall salary schedule. So it makes a significant change, but not enough to throw things out of place and have bands that would be 150 or 200% of the next range type of item. So that reason, we are recommending that they be adjusted by 10%. We believe that will allow us more flexibility in our hiring and to adjustments with regard to that line. So we feel very confident about that this is a good way to do, particularly as we've all heard this morning, and I'm sure you've heard, and I'm sure the regents can also speak to from the colleges with regard to hiring and retaining faculty and staff. This allows us more flexibility. Within that same thing, there is the ability, if its positions are highly desirable, hard to field. I know we had, and I'm sure the presidents behind me can speak strongly with regard to particular programs like nursing, advanced manufacturing, and others that are really hard to fill. IT, I'm sure Regent Herdink also can say that same thing. There is flexibility in this schedule that would also be reviewed at the system level by the CHRO, Jackie Cecil. But long story short, this provides us an opportunity to provide greater flexibility by moving the bands without causing significant issue with the overall bands. So we're recommending that the board approve this salary schedule. And as Dr. Zarapata said, the last time this salary schedule was adjusted was in fiscal year 2017-18, 4 years ago.
Okay, and Wendell, the key to this really is, like you said, it gives you all more flexibility in hiring. It doesn't mean all of a sudden you're hiring people at the maximum. Everybody's
Correct.
getting hired at the maximum. It's just giving you more tools in your shed, if you will.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And a clean copy of that is on attachment B. We wanted you all to see the changes that we were making, and so attachment A highlights those. So it is our recommendation that the KCTCS board and this committee adopt the 2021 or 21-22 salary schedule as presented.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Yes, sir.
What level can we hire new faculty in at? Can they be hired in as assistant professors?
I don't think so, but I maybe.
Okay.
Sorry, you can't actually give 3 years to assistant professor. The president has the option to go higher than that if there's an appropriate documentation. Not to get tenure, but to bring in at the higher level.
Can they be, what level can they be hired in at? Market rate or whatever, or?
That's a discussion between the president and HR.
Okay.
To negotiate. And there's also some opportunities for very hard to fill positions where there's an additional stipend, kind of hard to fill stipend opportunities for presidents.
And I understand the need for the hard to fill positions, but when I look at that, for instance, assistant professor at market 5693, and then I look at professor, the minimum 5590, we've got people here that have been here 12, 15 years, and these people are going to walk through the door. And some of these other people are already in hard to fill positions. And yet they're going to be passed up immediately, almost.
That's where the president has to work with HR on whatever adjustments are appropriate for that institution.
Agreed.
It just makes for a real tough situation there, though, when you've had people.
Yeah. But is that the norm or the exception? I mean, most people, I would assume, to Regent Wells' point, if you're a professor, more than likely you're probably coming in higher than the minimum, I would think.
And that is, this is an attempt so that doesn't become the norm. Right. Is to allow greater flexibility by the colleges, by the system office, all of KCTCS to have more flexibility in its hiring. That's one of the things we tried or talked about if we had had the recurring resources to address in the with regard to compression. Hopefully, now that maybe things are reopening, the state's budget is up. Hopefully our enrollment returns, that this time next year I could sit down here and be talking with you and Dr. Zarapata and the president's be in support of addressing something that will hopefully alleviate some of the frustrations that Regent Wells is speaking to. But I can't say that today. I wish that I could.
Right, right. Fair enough.
But there are a number of professors are close to that minimum. I will let you know that. They've been there for years too. So that is a tough position though, when they're sitting there seeing somebody hired in at basically what they're making.
Right.
Are we able to quantify that and look at that, as part of this conversation or maybe afterwards in terms of, how many are at that position and then at the discretion of the president deal with the situations, I guess, one-off? I don't know if that's 60 people or 10, but feels like there should be more of a conversation here if there's a number of people
we can certainly do that legwork and report it back to the board.
One of the things I would note, though, looking at the old numbers, so I could be hired as an assistant professor under the current salary bands at up to $6,200, and you'd still have the same issue that a professor could be hired today at $5,590. You're always going to have, it seems like unless we make a hard splits between bands, you're always going to have some overlap in bands. And I think that's the issue Mark's talking to.
What we tried to do is give a little more range rather than have them
be so compressed.
Right.
Yeah. So.
I would just say, Mark, that this is the way it is at two of the colleges in my town too. You know, the young pups won't come for, you know, less, and it's really hard to get people in like math or the sciences or the allied health professions. You know, so this I think allows more discretion. You know,
as Dr. Zarapata said, we certainly can work with individual colleges or whatever else to try to address those things and take a deeper dive.
This gives us some flexibility so that we don't get ourselves into a worse situation than what Regent Wells is speaking of. But we had talked about this, you know, we were in a position several years ago before the pandemic where we could have possibly executed the second part of that compensation
study.
Yeah, that study, which of course now probably needs to be updated, but that type of information was in that study, but we'll get that information out to the board for sure.
I feel like, Wendell, I saw that, I remember being on a plane reading that this week. I think you sent it back out or something.
conference class.
Yeah, I think Regent Wells and Regent Stevens had asked for that workshop we did. We did a workshop, and then we also did all the scatter graphs that kind of showed where everyone was compressed, because there is a lot of compression, and it varies by band, but overall there is compression. Our salaries, and just be honest, haven't kept pace, but at the same time, we haven't had any real change in state appropriation for a number of years. This is the first year that we really will have a state appropriation increase rather than a decrease, and it comes at the right time, but at the same time with that, trying to hold tuition in order to spur enrollment, because our enrollments have gone down. So it's a double-edged sword in being able to, and some colleges are in better fiscal shape than others with regard to being able to afford on a recurring basis the type of increase, because it depends on, in Regent Wells' case, depends on the composition of your faculty as well as others. You know, some colleges have more aged faculty, senior faculty, I should say, in that sense, and others don't. So, I mean, it varies, and each college and each situation is a little bit different. That's why we have to take a deeper dive in his specific situation and or the system as a whole.
Okay, all right. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have another question about another issue. And I asked the finance man, is there a possibility that all our employees can get a 2% raise next year across the board, plus a $1,000 one-time stipend?
That'll depend upon what the General Assembly does in January. You know, as I mentioned earlier, the state's budget is up this year, more so than its fact of revenues comparison, and the current budget for 21-22 is built on a flat budget. If our enrollment comes back, that'll be one of the things we talk about with regard to the compensation. We would like to make the adjustment that hopefully the board will approve, and this committee will approve next and recommend to the board, make that recurring in 22-23 and be able to do that, and then add whatever additional dollars we would be able to afford in 22-23, whether that's $1,000 or whether that's an additional recurring amount. But largely all that will depend upon additional funding.
Yeah, I would rather table that to the next agenda item so we don't kind of mix things up, because I think it fits better with that. Otherwise, I think it's a good
That's
question.
fine. I just wanted to, you know, I don't object to the stipends, but our people have not gotten a percentage raise. And if we're going to attract good people and keep good people, we need to reward those. And, you know, I'm just optimistic we can have a long, good, frank discussion in that regard.
All right.
Thank you,
Sounds
Mr.
good.
Chairman.
Yes, sir. So are there any other questions about the proposed salary bands or comments? Okay, so hearing none, I'd like to call for a motion and second that for a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the 21-22 salary schedule in attachment B, red line copy in attachment A, which includes salary ranges for regular full-time faculty and staff, and the Board of Regents must approve the funding for the salary schedule within the KCTCS annual budget. So do I have a motion?
So move.
Thank you. A second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, so 2 opposed. So do we do roll call then, Ms. Duncan?
Yes, let's do roll call
Okay.
on this particular vote. Chair Allen,
Chair Allen, I vote yes.
Vice Chair Bynum,
Yes.
Regent Hermy,
Yes.
Regent McFadden,
Yes.
Regent Stevens,
No, and I'd like to explain my vote. I certainly, our employees need all the help they can get but I think that this is not stepping up like we need to do. And basically, so that's my reason for voting no.
and Regent Wells,
No.
and Chair Henson.
Yes.
So the motion passes with 3.5 votes and 1.5 opposing.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So the next item is the compensation that we sort of touched on here a few minutes ago. So the recommendation before the committee is that the Board of Regents approve a one-time non-recurring payment of the greater of $2,000 or 2% in fiscal year 2021-22 for each regular full-time employee who earns at least the fully met job requirements rating in their 2020-2021 performance evaluation. The KCTCS president shall have authority to determine how and when the one-time payment is implemented. So for this, again, I'd like to call on President Zarapata.
Thank you. I've asked the 4 presidents to come here just in case any of you all had questions about their opinions on affordability for this. We're in a very unique situation. We've got the largest budget that we've had in the history of KCTCS. That said, that budget is built on one-time money, much of it, from the federal relief funds. I believe that we can pull this off, the $2,000 or 2%, because we really owe it to the faculty and staff that worked in the trenches during this pandemic and kept this place going. It amazes me every day, some of the stories I hear, and I think this is a good step. Now, the problem of making this recurring is right now, fall enrollment looks like it's up, but it's not anywhere close to what 2019's fall enrollment was. At some point, that relief money dries up, and then we start feeling the pain. So what I would like to do is do the 2,000 or 2%, whichever's greater, and then take a good hard look come March, ahead of the June board meeting to see if we can make these recurring and maybe even do something else, do some more. I'm very hopeful. I know our faculty and staff at the colleges and here in the system office are working their tails off to get enrollment up. Our eyes are strictly on student success and getting Kentucky back to work. In order to do that, we've got to keep the good people that we've got. Wendell?
I echo what Dr. Zarapata has said. We do have, and we'll talk about it in the next item, with the largest annual budget we've ever had. However, a large portion of that is built off of stimulus funding. If our enrollment comes back, if the state appropriation returns to a sustainable, positive level in that sense, we get additional funding. I would hope this time next year we would be having a different conversation and a very jovial conversation and joyful one at that. But at this point in time, to be fiscally sound and to do the prudent thing for all colleges, all the system and the system office, we're recommending the $2,000 or 2% on a non-recurring basis with the ability to come back and look at that if the revenues come back to support it, to build it into the base in 22, 23, so that whatever adjustment would be made this year on a non-recurring basis could be considered to help address some of the things that Regent Wells and Regent Stevens are discussing or have discussed. So our recommendation is that the board, that this committee and the board approve $2,000 or 2%, whichever is larger, for all regular full-time employees that have earned at least a meets on their PPE, their planning performance evaluation.
Okay, and Wendell, just to make sure I understand everything also, so our budget for the first time ever is above $1 billion. We received roughly 179 million in federal aid.
Well, in total, all forms of federal aid, $293 million.
Is it 179 we haven't used?
We have 179. We've got dollars in, and I've got that list somewhere. Give me just a second. I'll tell you the types. But we have a number of funding sources.
I guess my point being, even though enrollment's down, we've more than made up for that lost tuition with the federal stimulus.
One of the things that is allowed under these stimulus funds, HERF 1, 2, and 3, is the ability for KCTCS to go back and claim that lost revenue. Basically, so we can look back, and we have clawed back for 5 years, using an average 5-year average when our enrollment was higher, what our calculated revenue would be, adjusted for that tuition rate for those 5 years. And we have pulled back to date a little over 40 million. We've got about 45 million in total. Some of the colleges had already used some of that funding. Long story short, we have the ability to journal that additional 5 million, as well as roughly administrative overhead cost of another about almost $5 million. But all of that is non-recurring money. Right. That enables us to do the compensation that we're speaking of, right. And that doesn't have any discretion it's discretionary in a sense however it could be used. But that's reflected in the college's budgets. The college's budgets, as well as the system office budget, has been built around this 2,000 or 2%, whichever is larger number.
Okay, so to Paul's point earlier, this is all one time. This is kind of a unique opportunity for us to reward faculty and staff that have worked so hard. And as I recall, again, they haven't had a bonus or a raise in 3 or 4 years.
Correct.
And you guys always hear me talk about inflation tables. As a banker, we love that stuff. So the cost of living has gone up, but their salaries and benefits haven't necessarily increased proportionately. So that loaf of bread costs them a little more than other folks who have received increases in compensation. So with kind of that, my soapbox, I'll open it up to questions, comments. Yes, sir.
Would that bonus be before or after taxes?
That would be pre-tax. It would be our plan and hope, if the board approves what has been recommended to it, that we would make that payment in a separate check, August the 2nd. So that normally you would get paid on the 15th and the 30th. It would be made on August the 2nd, so as to help reduce the taxes, or if anyone wished to go in and change their tax status, they would have the ability to do that and go back in. You can do that through online, through PeopleSoft, through self-service.
Good question. Other questions?
Chair Allen, I'd like to make the recommendation that the motion actually include that we'll go back and look in, I guess, a March timeframe for consideration of next budget cycle for recurring increase. Is that what we're saying, that it would be a recurring increase for the following budget year?
Right. If the revenues are there in 21, 22, then we would hope to build that in to the next operating budget and adjust everybody's base who was awarded this.
Yeah, I'd like that built into the motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. So you've moved that be added. This is an amendment.
I would move that that would be added, that we would look back in March of '22 for the next budget cycle for this to be a recurring situation.
Okay.
So the amendment is on the floor. We need a motion
Okay.
for the amendment and a second, a vote on the amendment, and then we'll go back to the original motion with the amendment added.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay.
Now we vote on that.
So all in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, so now we'll vote on the actual amended motion.
Yes, and we'll take a roll call vote on the amendment.
All right. So, yes, sir.
Would it be possible, I know you brought some college presidents here, to hear from some of them on not just the bonus, but next year, how their feelings on the recurring? I'd like to get their point of view. If that.
So why don't we ask, you have 4 presidents, maybe just give them about 2 minutes each.
Yeah, if we can, I'll call on Dr. Handy first.
Thank you. We're each here in support of this.
And Dr. Handy, if you could come up to either the main mic or one of the side mics, please. It should, yeah, it's at the base, at the top here. Yeah.
There we go. So we're each here in support of this motion. We recognize that we've put ourselves behind the 8 ball as colleges trying to operate in markets where most of our competitors, most of the other companies, most of industry have continued to give pay raises. I've been here 5.5 years now, and I've had 1 salary increase, and that's the same for all the employees at my school. That was a 3% increase 4 years ago. Nothing since then, nothing prior to that. So we're falling tragically below the market, and it's creating compression, as been mentioned by others, because we're having to hire in folks. I made an offer yesterday. We made an offer at $45,000 for an individual in machine tool technology. He is the only applicant for the job, and he has said, no, I will not come for less than 50. And that's going to force me to adjust about a dozen people's salaries because we've created this unfortunate compression circumstance. And the other fallout from this is when you go that long without salary increases, you wind up with it's a natural selection process that your best people are the ones who are hungry and are looking for other opportunities. And why you lose many good people that you would rather not lose because of these salary impacts. So the presidents are keenly aware of that. We also are very aware that we have to have some sort of continuity between our entry-level salaries and where we are with existing people. So your vote on the so your vote on the salary scale schedule helps us with that some. But what we're really in need of is just what you're proposing. Is we need this to be a recurring, and it's really incumbent upon the presidents to work together early in the fall, not wait till March. Once we know what our fall enrollment is, we need to, as presidents, come together and agree that we can make this recurring, and then you all can act on it whenever you want to act on it. But the presidents have got to do their job, and we've got to make it permanent. And then I'm going to make one other suggestion, I think, and that is that one of the things that's frustrated me for a long time here is that I know we are a people organization, that we live and die based on the hard work and efforts of the staff that we have, not our facilities, not our equipment, but our staff. And we need to make it a priority to budget increases each year and make sure those are the last things that we pull from the budget, that we only take them out of the budget if we simply can't afford to give an increase. Otherwise, we end up with 4 or 5 year period like this where we back ourselves into a corner and now it's crisis time. And so I would encourage the board to help us there because I think as presidents, it's easy to sit back and say, well, we'll pay that increase if we can. And in reality, that's not the right approach. We need to recognize what a cost of living increase should be, and we've got to find other ways to get there. And so I guess I'm picking on the presidents and the colleges a little bit, that there's more we can do to make this a better looking future in terms of salary increases. We can't afford another 5 years like the last 5 years we've had, or we're going to be in real dire straits as institutions.
Mr. Chairman, I have another question. I know that Dr. Salpata talked about enrollment. And I saw somewhere maybe one of the universities if you get your percentage of enrollment at a certain percent, say 90% of what it was in 2019, that there would be a one-time bonus again. So I've got the floor. I just asked that and that's a driving force, is that if we can get the enrollment back up to where it was in December of 2019, we may have some additional one-time money, and we may be able to give another 500 or what to come January or February is what I'm saying is. So I'd like to, I don't know what that threshold is. I'd like to one of the presidents or somebody to comment on that. If it's a bad idea, say, well, that's just crazy. We don't need to do that. And just tell me is what I'm saying. But I'm just trying to find ways to put money without a great burden upon the community college presidents to give our employees.
It's not a bad idea at all, but I do find the one-time bonus to be a really slippery slope because it's a much easier decision to make. And I don't think it shows the long-term commitment to our employees that we need to be showing. And so personally, I think we've got to look at our budgeting model and recognize that we need to be budgeting a 1 or 2% increase every single year. And then we need to fight like heck to keep from pulling that from the budget. Now, if we do have the opportunity to do something like you're saying, that's wonderful and great. But again, employees recognize it's one time. And it doesn't necessarily validate long-term the hard work that they're doing. So that's the downside with that. And I would prefer to see us just as colleges work really, really hard to make a very concerted effort to provide a salary increase each and every year and to give that up only sparingly because we end up in the problems that we're in today. And I'm probably taking more than my 2 minutes, so.
It was worth it.
The others can correct me.
Thank you.
Well said, Dr. Handy. Thank you. I didn't know if you wanted to call some of the other presidents or you made a great case.
I know. Anyone else, any of the other presidents have anything they'd like to add?
I'll just, could I do it from here?
Well, we're recording it, so if you can come to the mic, please.
I don't have anything new to add to what Dr. Handy said, other than I want y'all to know that, at Owensboro, we're more of a mid-market school. However, the same impacts that are happening in Jefferson and Bluegrass are happening to us. And so, as I want y'all to know, as a mid-market president, fully support everything that Dr. Handy said, and especially, it's as presidents, we've got to start thinking about regular raises versus one-time bonuses. So I think that's an effort that we really got to make, and we're committed to that. So Regent Stevens, I think we hear you, and we are committed as we move forward that happens. And so, obviously the motion that's on the floor right now works well because of everything y'all have discussed. It's the one-time monies can be used to share with our employees that worked very hard this past year. So that's all I wanted to add. Just let you know that Ty's right. We all support it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Linden.
Thank you. I guess I'll represent the smaller, more rural college perspective. So I sat on the compensation committee that came up with the 2% or $2,000 proposal. And we really thought that would be a good way to be fair across the board, but to help those who were in the lower pay bands, because for some of them, that $2,000 would help them much more than the 2%. And of course, on that committee, we had a wide representation of presidents. So we had presidents from across all the state, and we had both small college presidents and presidents from the larger community and technical colleges. So from the smaller rural college perspective, yes, we do agree that we want to get to a place where we can make these raises more permanent and have them recurring year after year. And we agree that we need to get to that spot. I think some of us were in different places with our budget, so we were a little nervous because some of us were 20% down in enrollment because of COVID. Things are coming up. Things are looking better. As far as hazard, we are at a better place now than where we were in fall 2020, but we're not to the level of where we were in fall 2019. But we think that we can get there. We have a number of enrollment initiatives out there, and we think that things will look much better by next spring. And our hope is, and I think I speak for all the smaller rural colleges, that we can get there and we can get that 2% permanent next year as we move into the next fiscal year, and then keep going after that. And I like the idea of a midpoint bonus, you know, look at it in the fall and see where we are, and then maybe we could give another bonus then. But certainly we all know all of our employees work very hard, and this last year was very trying for everyone. And I saw our faculty and staff stepping up in so many ways, you know, with food box deliveries, volunteering at COVID vaccine clinics, making masks. And then in the East, we had historical flooding. So we had faculty and staff who were making donations for student emergency relief and going out and doing cleanup. And they were doing all these things because they're passionate about what they do, and they love their jobs and they love their communities. So we need to pay it forward, and we need to pay it to them. We need to show our employees that we value them and that we want to keep them. And two, from a rural area, all of our local employers are also raising their pay rates. I heard on the news just as I was coming down here about our hospital, our local hospital, giving raises to all of their employees across the board. I know that I have lost 4 people in the last 60 days because they've went to other jobs where they're going to make more money. And so we need to do this in order to be more competitive. And I think you all are seeing that it's across the Commonwealth. But I look forward to being able to show our employees that we value them and we want to keep them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Capo.
First, let me thank you for having us. This is very personal to me. We have to do something. And on behalf of my colleagues, I'm begging you. It's painful. I love to push for results, but at the same time, I'm telling you, it's wearing them out. Yeah. Let me just give you an example. I won't repeat all that my colleagues have said. In Kentucky, the unemployment benefit, weekly benefit, ranges from $69 a week to $569 a week. On average, many people with a family are getting $534 a week. If you multiply that by 52, it's $28,800 plus. Then if you extrapolate that by incorporating the taxes to get your gross, it's almost $40,000. All my pay band 9 and 8 employees who deal with students day in, day out are making $32,000, $34,000. They'll rather quit and stay home and make more than coming to work and help all of us make a difference. So it's a humanitarian situation. And again, I beg you all. I'm so thankful that Dr. Zarpata asked me to join him today. It's a human situation, and we beg you to do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Let me say, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the presidents for your support, especially your employees, especially for your custodians and all of those lower level people that have worked all through this pandemic. I am committed to give you everything that we can, because I really believe for the last couple of years is that for ever what reason. But, you know, with that, you're going to have to help us make some tough decisions. There are programs that are maybe need to be done away with. You're going to have make a decision but I know that with this this system president, he is committed, just like all of these regions are, to improve the salary schedule on a regular basis. I want to thank you once again for your support and your effort.
Thank you, sir. Other comments, questions?
I have one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had a few employees contact me. They were talking about the $2,000 or 2%. And since the 2% only affects a very, very small amount of people making above 100,000, why couldn't we just, if we're going to go this way, why not just give 2,000 to everybody instead of doing the 2%?
That's probably a question for you and Wendell, so. You're saying, Mark, for anybody that's 100,000?
Well, 100,000 would be $2,000. So if somebody making 200,000 would get a $4,000. And some people looked at that way and said, well, since 90+% are only going to get 2,000, why don't we just give 2,000 to everybody?
But to everybody that makes 100,000 or less?
Just everybody.
Everybody. Okay.
Just everybody, and forget the 2%. Basically.
I would tell you that the workshop, and this included, I want to say 6 presidents, looked at all of that and considered that. I think the consideration along that line was that because of the individuals that are $2,000 lower bands, as he spoke about, deserve those dollars. But by the same token, those that maybe are to higher bands, and I will tell you that system-wide, I think individuals non-banded, including myself, there are less than 75 in all forms, whether that be a college president, Dr. Zarapata, myself, vice presidents, or others across the system. I think in total non-banded, there's around 22 people. That includes all the presidents, the PLT, if you will. And there's about less than 50 that are above $100,000. But by the same token, those individuals, and I'm not trying to defend it one way or the other, have done the same types of things. And they too, because of what they're getting paid, competitive salaries, they too could leave as just as well. So I'm not trying to defend it in one sense, but I am telling you that you got good people that are just as marketable as anyone else. And for that reason, in discussion and the president, some of them were on the committee, as Dr. Linden, the president of Hazard, mentioned, and Dr. Williams, I think others as well. This is where we came after we discussed what the ability for all colleges to be able to afford the adjustment, the compensation, if you will. This is where we landed. Okay. You could take it or adjust it. That's up to the board and to the regents to decide.
My preference is, I mean, you and your team and the presidents have done the work, so, and that's a recommendation you have. I would be uncomfortable trying to amend your recommendation other than what Regent Finance said earlier about a feasibility analysis in March for a recurring salary adjustment. But that's just me personally. There's other regions.
If I could make one comment about what drove me on that particular item.
Come to the mic, Dr. Handy.
Well, he's making his way. Wendell, if I could ask a question, that group that made the recommendation was representative of the KCTCS community or
yes.
Staff? Okay, represented all different salary levels?
Right, they had the same information like we've had with the salary bands with regard to just discussions, because we talked everything from $500, I think, to $1,000, $1,500, $2,000, what the cost would be, what it would be cost by college, as well as like 0.5%, 1%, 1.5%, 2%, 2.5%, all of that. And they may want to speak to it, but we rolled it over, looked at it, talked about it, what, as Dr. Linden has mentioned, some colleges are not in as good a shape as maybe others. Financially, what we could afford, and being cautious with regard to whether the dollars were recurring and not put a college in a financial situation of where, in order to give a salary increase, they've had to lay off others at this point in time.
So the logic that drove me on that 2% piece, in addition, along with the 2,000, was that over the past 5 years, we've had a 3% increase. And if by giving a minimum 2% to everybody, then that would result in people who've been here for 5 years or longer, at least averaging 1% a year over the past 5 years. If we don't do that, then there'll be that group of people who will not have even averaged a 1% increase over the last 5 years. And that was the mental calculus that made me say, hey, this makes sense. And we have a number of folks, even some faculty, I believe, who fall into that category when we do that calculation. It's what, 75 people or something like that.
Right, in total, I think it's less than 75 people, the entire 3,876 employees.
But that was the logic that drove me to think, okay, 2,000 or 2%, then everybody who's been here for a length of time has at least received a 1% average increase over the last 5 years.
I want to make sure that I understand the 2,000 or 2%. I'm going to pick on Wendell again, if that's all right, Wendell.
Yes, sir.
So the custodian at Hazard gets a $2,000 raise. Wendell gets a
$3,000.
$3,000 raise, or 2%.
That is the two, like the 2%.
Yeah.
So not every, okay, that's what Mark was wanting to, all right, I understand that now. Right, Mark, your question was everybody, why don't we just give everybody $2,000, right?
Because only the very top earners are going to get more than that. It's going to be
Yes.
95, 98, 99% are going to get $2,000
And the 95% are going to get 2,000, 5% are going to get more than 2,000. Okay, I understand, all right.
More like than, in this case, 99.5% are going to get $2,000.
Understand. Thank you for clarification, Wendell.
I heard Regent Finance question differently, and I think that it was answered. So I would ask Regent Finance to clarify whether she was asking about the composition of the work group or the information that the work group had.
Are you talking about my last question?
Yes.
My last question was related to what was the makeup of the work group that made this recommendation? Was it representative of the KCTCS staff levels at all levels?
No, it had college presidents from small college, medium college, urban, rural, large college.
Did it include other staff members?
No, it did not include
It was just
staff.
college members,
Right, it was just
college presidents?
college presidents.
Okay.
So I apologize if I
Okay.
misunderstood.
Okay. If there's a, so I would like to say if there are no other questions or comments, I'd like to go forward with the vote to approve the amended motion. And I should probably review the motion again to make sure. So it's what's presented, 2,000 or 2%, whichever is greater, plus in March, we do a feasibility analysis on the, we do a study on the feasibility of doing a recurring payment going forward, or in 2022, 23 going forward for all staff.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, but.
Is it payment, excuse me, or salary increase?
Salary increase,
Yes,
sorry.
salary increase versus
Yes.
payment.
Yes, but I'd also like to make sure in the September or December meeting, because of the enrollment or so, that we relook at the financial thing, as I mentioned before, as I think the president of Hazard says, and if our financial situation has improved, then for the board maybe to consider an additional one-time allotment this fiscal year for those employees, is what I'm saying.
So Wendell, so what I hear you saying is Wendell and his team would in December let us know where enrollment is,
Yes.
and then we can make another decision at that time.
Right, so maybe
We
in
can certainly do
December.
that.
Okay, so for the motion again, I'm not going to read through all that again. You've heard the motion, so can I get a motion and a second, please? Okay, Dr. Henson, second.
I'll second.
Okay, Regent Finan. Roll call on this one, correct? Okay.
Chair Allen,
Chair Allen, yes.
Vice Chair Fawnin,
Yes?
Regent Herding,
Joe Herdink, yes.
Regent McCaffrey,
Yes.
Regent James
Yes, and I'd be foolish not to vote yes. After all that comments.
No, and I want it reflected in the minutes that I am for to the $2,000 raise, but I am against the 2%, the greater 2% for just that, since it's only going to affect about 75 people. I think everybody should have got 2,000.
Chair. Yes. All right, motion carried with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes for, and 5 against.
All right. Well, thank you. And Regent Wells, I appreciate, I like the fact that you know, I sit in so many meetings and everybody just says yes, yes, yes. And I appreciate that you're expressing your beliefs and standing by them. So thank you for that, sir. So, all right. So the next item is another big ticket item, which is the annual budget. So the recommendation before us is to adopt the 21-22 budget resolution contained in attachment A for the system. And this budget and its provisions will be effective July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022. And again, I call on Dr. Zarapata, President Zarapata.
Yes. First off, I'd like to thank Wendell and his staff for working so hard on getting this together. And I think this was the earliest we've been able to push this out to the board, which was a few weeks ago. It's the largest budget we've ever had, and I'll turn it over to Wendell again.
Well, it wasn't just Wendell. Let me just say I want to thank the PLT members here and the entire PLT, their college business officers, my team, Buddy Combs, Brendan Lahane, and others that are in the audience today. That is a team effort in trying to get things together. I will tell you that I am very proud of this budget because it is the largest budget that KCTCS has ever presented its board at $1,066,000. That is monumental, even if it is one-time money. As I mentioned, there's in all receiving, there's almost $300 million that have been or will be received in total of stimulus funding. But if you look at, and this budget does a lot of things. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I'll answer your questions and things along that line, but it does try to, you know, it obviously provides the compensation we just talked about. It addresses the fixed increases that we expect to have with regard to any insurance and facility operating costs, obviously utilities and things of that nature. It handles any type of benefits that we have with regard to our health insurance, things of that nature. It funds the faculty promotions that you saw and approved earlier in the personnel actions. It maintains a non-recurring budget reserve that the board has installed some years ago, and we continue to do all across KCTCS. It has a number of safeguards in here should we have any type of state appropriation reduction and or our enrollment doesn't return to the fall. We've built in the appropriate bridge to be able to get us to 22, 23 without having to lay off faculty and staff. We saw some of that last year in this budget. Thank goodness that we also received stimulus funding along that line. But if you look at last year's budget, and I'm looking just on pages B1, B2, last year you all approved total revenues and things of $900 million. This year it's $1,066,000,000, and we're up in almost every category. Tuition is down in this budget. But if you look at our state appropriation, it's up about $4 million. And I'm not going to read what all is on there, but if you look at our restricted funds, and that's primarily where you see the big difference, because we've already spent a lot of these dollars and things that we've got, but this money is for unexpended HERF 1, HERF 2, HERF 3 dollars, such as CARES money, the CRISA Act, and the American Rescue Plan Act. You notice it goes from $308 million in 2021 to $450 million for 21-22. If you look at the overall budget, it's up $100 million, and it's largely in that area. We're up slightly, if you will, in our non-recurring, our unrestricted revenue, which is our state appropriation, our tuition and fees, those items that don't have string attached to them, so to speak, from $699 last year to $616 million. So that's not a significant increase in change there. And largely that's $4 million of that is almost with state appropriation. We got $3.8 million in performance funding, first time since performance funding's been going, but we also got $854,000 to help offset some of the things with House Bill 8 related to KERS. Government grants and others are pretty much online. The investment income's the same. You see a little bit of changes in different areas. The biggest thing is other sources there, and that is fund balance, because as I mentioned earlier, we have pulled back over $40 million that we're able to charge under these federal stimulus funds back into our general fund for the lost revenue that we had, and we were able to pull more. That was from a period of March 2020 until February 2021. So we'll still be able to call back additional dollars from March of this year all through 21, 22, up until the time of the expiration of whatever particular stimulus fund, and that primarily will be a year from now. So there's where you see some things, and largely, if you look on the expense side of that, you're going to see some things in transfers to help with regard to our physical plant. I know Regent Damaris has asked many times, are we taking care of our physical plants? We have, and you'll prove as part of this budget, $49 million in items of which we have authorization to fund on our capital plants, whether it be roofs, whether it be renovations, whether it be all types of facilities, equipment of that nature. So I could go into great detail. I'm sure you've read this or looked through it. I hope certainly that you have. I think it is a great budget, all things considered. If you told me a year ago in COVID that we would be looking at $1 billion budget and not having to have to lay off people and still be able to give 2,000 or 2% as an award in 21, 22, I thought you were crazy. Of course, I thought when we talked in March in 2020, when we talked about addressing compression, little did we know within a month, all of that would go out the window too. So I am optimistic. I'll point out just a few things on the capital budget in there. There are a number of items, and you see those of which they're restricted funds, and that means in this sense there would be fund balance of colleges if we're able to generate those, such as Bluegrass on their Newtown North Campus, Elizabethtown, with regard to a transportation center. Jefferson has a number of items in here too with regard to their parking lots. We've also got a capital equipment pool and a property acquisition pool, which I'll talk a little bit about some property acquisition later. Hazard as well has a number of projects, both federal funding as well as restricted funds, being, in this case, college funds that they have helped generate through their savings and through items of that nature. The number of leases, I've said a lot in a short period of time. I don't know if that covers the committee's questions, but I'm very proud of this budget, and it is a combination of all the good work across KCTCS from the PLT down at each and every college.
All right, thank you, sir. Questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to call for a motion to approve adopt the 21-22 budget resolution contained in attachment A regarding the 2021-2022 annual budget for KCTCS. The budget and its provisions will be effective July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022.
So moved.
Thank you, sir. A second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye also. Any opposed, same sign? Oh, yes, ma'am, sorry. Okay, so for this one, we'll have a roll call vote. So Parliamentarian Pamela Duncan. Chair Allen, I vote yes.
Yes.
Joe Herdink, yes.
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 All right, thank you. So the next item that we have on our agenda is an administrative update on the administrative services report. Again, for that, I'd call on President Zarapata.
Thank you, Chair Allen. Let me think about who to call on for this. Wendell, how about you?
As the window show rolls on, the quarterly financial report, I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. If you have questions, please raise your hand or let me know. Just on attachment A, if you look at the items with regard to the budget, and this is one of the things that's also helped us with regard to having the non-recurring money. If you look at the items through there, our state appropriations are constant along that line. They are, our tuition fees are down, as we mentioned a little bit along that. So also is our non-recurring tuition for the year, because you remember we're really looking this time last year forward from July, and a lot of things. The greatest part of the pandemic was for the last 6 months, I guess, of 2020 in that sense, in the first part of this year. Investment income, we're down slightly there. We were up quite a bit last year, but the interest rates are up and they've continued to come down. And I'm sure Regent Allen knows well with regard to the Fed, and they're going to hold steady along that line. Governmental contracts and grants, we're right on target where we were last year. Sales and services were up a bit on some of those. That has to do with the online course charges and items of that nature, about $3.1 million. And our restricted funds are obviously up because we've talked about all the federal stimulus dollars. So year-to-date realized we've got $676 million compared to $796 million in original budget revenue. The other revenues are on target. Those are the fund balances that we realized carrying forward. So we've realized 100% of those. And the budget this time last year, comparatively speaking, is $45.4 million higher with regard to revenues. There again, that has to do largely with a lot of the fund balances, the underspending, and also being able to pull back lost revenues. If you look on the expense side, expenses are down compared to last year, $583 million to date through March 31st compared to $588 million last year. And if you look at our overall expenses and our budget reserve, this year at $597 versus $602 last year, you're almost $5 million less in our overall expenses. So COVID had its many bad points, but it also had some good points in the sense that we didn't spend as much money on some things either, and we were able to receive federal relief on some of that. Overall, if you look at appropriated revenues in excess of expenses, we're up $50 million compared to last year, 189 to 139. Now let's flip over just a little bit, if you will, to attachment B. This probably compared to what you will see in September and actually here reported out in December will probably be the best set of financial statements that I ever present to this board. I'll be honest with you. It is a financial great sense in that. If you look at the assets, look at the current assets and cash. In 2020, we had $300 million. As of March 31st, we are at $337 million. If you look at other things there, our loans and gifts receivable, they're down. Well, that's a good thing. If you look at the other assets, they're up. If you look at restricted cash and things, it's about even. If you look at our endowment, and that's largely due to if you looked at any of your 401ks, 403bs, or any other retirements or any other private securities you hold, look at the market. It's up from 59, almost $60 million to $81.5 million. If you look at our long-term investments, they're up. Here again, market related. Other things, the other post-employment benefits, it's up. And that's after about $3.5, $4 million being paid out of that every year that it's been going. And I hope to bring you back something in September with regard to enhancement of that. Deferred outflows on the pension, that's down. That means money that's going to come out in the future. That's largely through some of the adjustments. And for the board's information, or for this committee and the board's information, I filed an appeal on yesterday with the Kentucky Employee Retirement System or the Public Pension Plan, because out of the 1,209 employees that we have listed today gave us, we had issues with over 400 of them in that we had some that we don't ever believe ever worked for us, some we don't believe we were the last route on the bus stop, if you will, and therefore we shouldn't be liable for it. Other Social Security numbers were wrong. We had some that were deceased. So we have an appeal with them that had to be filed by later this month. So that's being done. But overall, if you look at just flipping on through here, and I won't go through all the detail, all things considered, this is an outstanding financial statement. If you look at, like say, the non-current and total current assets along that line, you're looking at $1,396 million versus $1,314 from a year ago. Same thing with regard to the liabilities in here. If you look how much to go to the total bottom line there, just for a quick example, $769 million versus $628 million from a year ago. Now, understanding that includes all of the KERS, all the KTRS, all of those liabilities netted against that number. This is an outstanding financial statement, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Attachment A, it's the investments. Why was it so high, 1920 versus 2021?
Because markets were, rates were higher. If rates and whatever we have, and I mentioned this at lunch, like our tuition dollars, any of those things that we have to park that with the Commonwealth of Kentucky. We draw that down each month, but it has to stay with them. And also just our tuition things, we're able to draw on that. But right now, And David Atkins is here. He's our assistant treasurer. But I mean, we're getting, a few basis points on things. I mean, it's nothing. I think we were talking earlier and someone else mentioned that at lunch, basically nothing's being paid. So that dollars really is just, it's about even. In some cases, at one time, I think it went negative earlier this year on some ways. So.
And you're limited on your investment vehicles as well, right?
Absolutely. We, with regard to like our tuition things, that has to be deposited with the Commonwealth. So we get what they get. Right. Or put it like this, we get that passed through, and I'm sure might be shaved off a little of that too. But,
yeah, so it's a very, very conservative investment portfolio.
Right. Because we talked about centralized banking at lunch with regard to that. Yeah. But yes, that's largely why, because the interest rates have gone down. The Fed has made a decision to maintain low interest rates. Right. And so they're down probably 1% to 2% over, and not just this time last year, but that whole prior year of July 1, 2019 through June 20. And rates were at least a couple percentage points higher at that point.
Thank you. Good question. Other questions, comments? Okay. All right, so hearing none, we'll move on to the internal audit, RFP.
Well, we got to do facilities yet.
Chair. Over that.
All right. Quickly, I'll move through the facilities support services report. And you should have that. It's a number of things we list under capital projects, deferred maintenance, facility support services, sustainability initiatives, and facilities utilization. We list on page 1 a number of active capital projects. We've tried to keep the board and this committee updated with those that we have authorized. You see a number of them. Some of them are pictorially pictured there with some things, but we give you the status of some. Some are in design phases, such as Newtown North Campus with Bluegrass. Others were completed, such as their Danville campus and a manufacturing center. Others are just, being moved along. But some of these have been completed or are being completed along that same line and have opened. Under property acquisitions, I'll jump over to page 7. The board is asked to be updated with regard to those. So we have one property acquisition that we completed. That was with Madisonville Community College, and that was for 3.7 acres, of which were given to the college with regard to Buehlenberg Medical Properties for the expansion of their aviation program there. Regent Herding may be familiar with that. We've got other pending acquisitions that we're in the process of trying to purchase with regard to Jefferson Community College, with regard to lots, properties located at South First Street, and hopefully we can come to culmination on those, because Jefferson certainly needs the parking space. Maysville Community College, we are looking at getting appraisal potentially to purchase a property that we currently lease. That probably won't happen before this time next year, or maybe even in July, depending on the authorization by the General Assembly. And in Somerset, we're also looking at property, I'm sure, interest there with regard to the speed of the Somerset-Pulaski Economic Development in cooperation with them and possibly purchasing property and buildings there. Disposition of property, Southeast, we were able to close on the Cope House for $50,100. You may remember that was donated to the college by a prominent physician in the community some years ago. And we're looking at, and I think this, and Dr. Linden may be able to speak about this, I think there is some stalling with regard to, it's kind of come to a halt at the moment with the Perkins property and Heinemann campus there, but we are still continuing to try to negotiate the disposition of those. Other items there, I'll just briefly mention hazard mitigation on some things that we're doing on trying to deal with emergency management stuff. We've got a grant process moving along those. We had a virtual safety conference yesterday that was attended by over 100 different individuals across the state of colleges at one time. That throughout the day, roughly 100, I'm told there. Incident report, we've implemented some new software, some things for reporting, makes it easier for the colleges, helps them be more responsive, helps us comply with the federal legislation. I think we've had great response on that. Critical incidents, the same type of thing. And then other types of stuff that Christy Giles has handled with regard to healthy at work officers. And then we have resumed our hazardous waste disposal. You'll see a number of things here on sustainability with regard to that. I encourage you to take a look at that. KCTCS colleges, in this particular case, West Kentucky Community College received national recognition, as well as a number of other items that are listed with regard to sustainability and our ability to try to be green. And one of the things I would call to your attention, if you're need something to do, take a look at our website with regard to our energy efficiency website. You'll see a number of things there that KCTCS colleges are doing with our energy management programs. And I encourage you to check that website out. It's got a lot of good things that we're doing and the type of energy that we're saving. And then lastly, the space utilization report, I won't say a whole lot about it. COVID's kind of thrown that in the hopper. So it is what it is at this point, with a lot of things online, and we may never see it back to what it once was, which may not be a bad thing if people can learn online and still get their education and get the skills that they need. Mr. Chairman, that is my report and update with regard to administrative services.
All right, well, thank you, sir. You want to just roll right into I'm sorry, questions or comments? So you have to go to the big reference. It's like 445 pages. Yeah. So it was not under the separate committee tab. But I knew I'd read it, Wendell, because when we talked 2 weeks ago, me, you, Karen, Paul, we went over all this. So, but with that said, unless there are questions or comments on that report, we'll have you roll right into the audit.
All right, you want me to talk about the internal audit?
Right, the RFP.
Okay, we issued an RFP, and we got 12. Let me flip over to, I can't remember exactly what we said, but we issued the RFP earlier last May. It closed on May 17th. We received 12 responses. Our 12, we solicited and got solicitations from 12 different vendors all across the state, as well as outside the state. We received 6 responses from those. The Finance and Technology and Human Resources Committee met on Tuesday of this week, and we came to agreement as to a recommended vendor. I won't disclose who that vendor is unless the chair wants to. We're in negotiation with them. We have asked them for a best and final offer. We believe that hopefully by the end of tomorrow, close of business, we will have inked a contract. So I think the committee was well pleased with all the responses that we got. I would say they range from a couple $100,000 to almost $1 million, ranged in hours, proposed from 500 to none listed to 2,500 or so in that range. And it was a wide array of proposals and comments. I think that the committee made a great choice, a Kentucky firm that we have had worked with KCTCS in the past and been familiar, and I think will be a great asset to this board. And I look forward to working with them and this board and President Zarpata to do whatever is possible to help the board feel confident about KCTCS, all of our financials, and anything else that you wish to have them review.
Okay. And Ms. Duncan, this committee doesn't need to make a motion on that, correct? Okay, all right. And just so the rest of the regions have an understanding, so when the committee met, all of us individually rated the 6 or whatever RFPs, and then Wendell and I presented our top 3, which were pretty much the same. The order might have been a little different. And then we spent about an hour and a half just talking about pros and cons. So we're very comfortable with the decision that we've made.
And let me just say, I'm thankful to the committee, because as thick as these materials may be, those RFPs were thicker.
Yeah. Good point. All right, so the next item, let me see, is there any questions, comments for Wendell on that?
Thank you all, and thank the committee.
Thank you. So hearing none, I'll turn over to Dr. Zarpata for the Technology Solutions report.
Yes, Wendell is finally done. Thank you, Wendell. I'd like to introduce a couple of our members of Technology Solutions. First off, Interim CIO Kenny Burdine, and then Debbie Adams is going to give us a short demonstration of some new features coming into the mobile app that our students use. Kenny, you can just sit at one of the seats up there. First item I would like to touch on is Kentucky Wired. And thank you, Dr. Sarapata, for the introduction. The Kentucky Wired project has experienced a major setback since the last report that Technology Solutions gave in December of 2020. The setback is due to an environmental issue, excuse me, where their communication huts were leaking water. Kentucky Wired actually issued a RFP to have 20 of their existing huts replaced, of which 15 of these huts are on KCTCS campuses. To date, 4 of the 15 campus huts have been replaced, and we're expecting a delay for KCTCS's transition from this summer to the actual spring semester of 2022. Is there any questions? No, I think the longer we wait, the better off we're going to be, though. Okay. Next item is the Security Information and Event Management System. I'm happy to announce that the Volta Security Services have been introduced to our college IT directors. And to date, we have had training for 13 of the 16 colleges, which have trained 35 IT personnel in investigative anomalies, potential security risks, and the use of using this service for daily management. I'm also excited to inform the board that we will be adding machine learning in August of 2021, which will allow artificial intelligence to be included in our security platform, which will be across all of our enterprise platforms, which will give us the historical data as well as utilizing neighboring threat to predict attempted attacks.
Yeah, I think the big takeaway here is that this is a proactive security event management system, and it can pick up on things before we would, and then we can take care of things. I know, Joe, you've had interactions with it.
Yeah, I've used it a lot. Anytime when someone complains the internet's going slow at a campus, I pull up Volta and say, oh, this is why. So it's been really handy on that level. I know there's other security aspects that Kenny handles that I don't handle so much, but for that point, it's been amazing.
When do you think we'll roll it out to the other 3 colleges?
Actually, they're already scheduled for we actually do 1 college a month.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So we hope to have by the fall semester, all 16 colleges, IT directors trained.
Perfect.
And their
Great.
staffs.
Thank you.
Debbie? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you, Kenny.
Thanks, Kenny.
Thank you for the invitation today. Since 2012, the KCTCS app for mobile phones and tablets has provided our students with current information and timely notifications about their class activity, about enrollment, admissions, financial aid, bursar, and more. On the left there, you can see an example of my courses. As a student might see it on the phone. And at the end of spring term, there were over 123,000 users who had that KCTCS app on their phone or tablet. Fall 2019 brought us a fresh new experience with a redesigned app that now also features a closed social community where each participant in the 16 college communities must sign in with their KCTCS credentials. Students can use these features as soon as they have completed their application for admission. In spring term, over 40,000 users signed in, exchanging 96,000 private messages, and over 45,000 posts and comments. The addition of the community was very timely given the events of 2020 that we could not have possibly foreseen. Here, students could find and engage with other students and to share their experiences, their wants, their needs, their frustrations, and to get immediate answers to their questions from both their peers as well as faculty and staff. These communities have also provided us insight into what students were thinking and feeling and helped us understand how we might help them. On the right, you can see a student's distress after receiving their grades at the end of spring term and an outpouring of support from other students. Note that this was posted at 1:00 a.m. Fortunately, other students were there to support this student and provide encouragement to the student in need. What else could we do to help our students in their time of need, or to preemptively prepare them so they don't give up and just disappear from our campuses? Let's just pause for a moment and think about the impact when a student just drops out or stops coming to classes. For the student, the emotional distress, the loss of future income, the impact on their family, and the impact on our credentials awarded and future funding. Next slide, please. Does anybody have any questions about the app as it is today?
I don't have a question, but I was very impressed when I read through this. It's pretty amazing. So, and I realize how old I am and how much college has changed.
I'll tell you one of the funny things is that back when I was VP, when we were going to roll out these discussions, people flipped out at the colleges and in the system office about how much trouble it was going to cause. And it's been nothing but successful. Students support one another. They help each other through different processes that are tough to, and it's people helping people.
Yeah, and we have some amazing support staff out there. I think of one lady at Jefferson, and she is on there all the time answering students' questions, and it's just really amazing to see.
Other committee members have questions or comments? No?
Who did you say developed the app?
The original app was with Dub Labs. There was a merger with Ooh La La Mobile back in 2018, and now the supplier is Ready Education. So Ready Education, our app developer, has presented us with a new opportunity with interventions. So I am really excited about this new functionality that's coming to us. And we have an opportunity with Ready Education to provide feedback as they're developing it, which, as people who are trying to support it and support the users out there is really exciting. So our focus is first going to be on mental health and wellness, and we'll be providing students with tools and resources that will help them develop good mental health habits. So the major research institution that Ready Education is working with reports that 73% of students face a mental health crisis while in college, with 64% of dropouts citing mental health as the primary cause. So Ready Education has developed content with this major institution over the past 3 years, and that content will be available to us, but we can also push students to our existing content and our existing initiatives such as TAO or Therapy Assistance Online. Dr. Gloria McCall will be speaking more about TAO and mental health at KCTCS later today. And I want to emphasize that it's not just system-wide initiatives we can push them to. We can push them to local resources and to initiatives that you have at your colleges. So each one of these experiences will be customized by the college. Note that interventions is first and foremost a method to detect the need for and to deliver content and to make referrals. For instance, a low-touch micro-survey simply asking, how are you feeling today? Opens the door to next steps tailored to the needs of individual students and to the availability at our colleges. If a student says, wonderful, they might receive a response, that's great, have an awesome day. A student who responds stressed may receive resources about stress management, or to schedule an appointment, or they can answer no thanks. If the student opts into the information on stress, we can follow up then through the weeks and months ahead with more information or micro-surveys to see how the student's doing. Research has shown that providing too much or unwanted information can also have a detrimental effect on those doing well. Pushing too hard or can increase frustration or even result in the student tuning out or deleting the app. We frequently observe that the many email messages that we send to students often go unread. Next slide, please. While we are starting with mental health and wellness interventions, academic, financial, and student life interventions are planned for 2022. A sample financial and student life intervention, a sample academic sequence may progress, starting with preventative resources, such as a little article about spacing versus cramming, followed by self-assessment, time to plan, learn about tutoring, office hours that are available at your campus, a nudge, students that visit tutors receive higher grades, and then leading them to more information about our tutoring services. And finally, recognition. Good job. So that congrats. Do you have any questions about this project?
I have one question for you. You said on the slide before, I think you gave a number, 68% you said of people that drop out it's due to mental health challenges.
Ready Education has quoted, let's see, where was that? I believe, but yeah, it was around 64%.
64%. Okay.
Yeah.
That's I mean, for me, that's eye-opening because I always assume people drop out primarily because of finances, but I knew, you know, mental health is really important and there's a lot of stress. I didn't realize it was that high for our students. So thank you for sharing that.
And those aren't our numbers, they're provided by a research institution, but we do have a current ongoing study on the effectiveness of the KCTCS app on retention. And so we're working through that right now. And with that, we will be establishing baselines. And then we plan to follow up later with a study to measure the effectiveness of our interventions on retention.
I have a question. So if a student checks one of these things, like I want to take a self-assessment, and then it says I'm depressed or whatever it says, does that information get tracked to the person's advisor? Does it get escalated to something at their institution?
We'll be working very closely with the colleges, so they will make that decision on what they want to do with that. So there's certainly the opportunity to do that, but we'll be working with them to see where they want to go with that information. And I would add that all this information is stored privately and securely, and even the fact that they did that is secured with an individual key, so nothing that we're storing anywhere else in KCTCS.
Are there any HIPAA issues with that?
I am not aware of any, but we will research that. Get the answer for you.
We often say are there HIPAA issues, but we're not a covered entity because we don't electronically bill for medical services. So there might be some privacy issues, and those were things that we discussed when the app first started rolling out. So we are trying to
There's a series.
monitor that always.
A series of certifications that you have to meet in the data center.
So, yeah, in the beginning, we went through this, and when anybody signs into the app, there is the privacy notices that come up. They are our notices, they are Ready Education's notices, and links to our student code of conduct, as well as our KCTCS policy site. And we specifically cite those, and that they must fall under that and agree to this. So.
Other questions, comments? All right, well, Ms. Adams, thank you. That was great. Appreciate it.
So now with the promise of delivering the right information to the right student at the right time is within our grasp. I'd like to thank you for your time today. And please send me any other questions you might have.
Well done. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
This
Okay.
includes technology solutions report.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I think this brings us near the finish line here this afternoon. So the next meeting of the KCTCS Board of Regents Finance, Technology, and Human Resources Committee will be held on September 16th, right here at the system office. So with that, assuming I haven't missed anything, which I'm prone to do. All right, so we can call for a motion to adjourn. So may I have a motion? James Lee. Karen, thank you. And then Pam, all in favor vote? Okay, so all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Objections, Ms. Pam, I'm sorry I caught you in the middle of a snack, didn't I? Sorry to call you out on that one as well. But great to see everybody. Thank you all for coming together. I want to thank all the guests that are in attendance for joining us also. And I'd like to call to order the Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee meeting. The time is currently 3:17 p.m. The press was notified of the meeting on June the 2nd, 2021. Ms. Pam Duncan, our General Counsel, will be serving as parliamentarian, and I would like to ask Ms. Duncan to please call the roll. All right, thank you, Ms. Duncan. There being a quorum present, committee business will begin. The minutes have been distributed to you in the agenda materials. Please take the time, look those over. You may have had an opportunity before today's meeting to do so. Let us know if there are any corrections. And if there are no corrections, the minutes will be approved as they have been distributed. Not seeing any, not hearing any objection. Also, as we move forward here, are there any additions or changes to the agenda? Not seeing or hearing any. We will move forward with that. Just kind of as a friendly reminder, as you review the order today, each agenda item, you'll have your recommendation, presentation, motion second, any discussion, then a vote, of course, if appropriate. We do have several action items today. Really looking forward to the presentations that we're getting ready to receive. I think they're very timely, given a lot of things that are happening within our country and our world. Looking forward to seeing our KCTCS campuses being as engaged as they are in that. First item on the agenda, first action item, and the recommendation coming forth is that the Board of Regents ratify the approval of a new credit certificate and embedded diploma. This is already approved programs of study listed in the agenda materials, and I would like to call on Dr. Chris Williams, please.
Thank you so much, Chair Girdley. This committee has ratified the approval of embedded credit certificates in already approved programs of study for some time. Some of the approvals are from changes in the curriculum of existing certificates to meet new industry requirements. Others are new additions to a college's inventory based on recognized relevancy to students and employers. The certificate and diploma listing is found on page 37 in your materials. You'll be ratifying 29 embedded certificates. There are no embedded diplomas in this action. Chair Girdler, I'm recommending that the committee vote to ratify these certificates.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Are there any questions or comments? Not seeing any. I'd like to call for a motion, and the motion being that the Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee recommend to the board to ratify the approval of the new credit certificate and diploma program. We have a motion by Regent Martin.
Second.
Second by Regent Damaris. Seeing no further discussion, Ms. Pam, would you care to call roll? Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to the next item of action here today, I would like to turn this over to Dr. Gloria McCall.
Thank you, Chair Girdler. The list of credentials for the period of January 9th through April 9th, 2021 consists of 14,800 credential requests, of which 10,077 are unduplicated. Specifically in the areas of certificates, there were 9,713, of which 5,117 were unduplicated. In the area of diplomas, 829, of which 728 were unduplicated. Associate in Arts, 1,162, of which 1,161 unduplicated. Associate in Science, 921, of which 921 were unduplicated. Associate in Applied Science, 2,166, of which 2,141 were unduplicated. There were 9 degrees in the areas of Associate in Fine Arts, 2 in the area of Theater, Bluegrass Community and Technical College, 1 in the area of Visual Art from Owensboro Community and Technical College, and 6 in the area of Visual Art from West Kentucky Community and Technical College. Chair Girdler, this concludes my report for the KCTCS candidates for credentials from January 9th through April 9th, 2021, for degrees, diplomas, and certificates. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McCall. Great work by you and your team. Are there any questions or comments for Dr. McCall? Seeing none, we'll call for a motion, and that motion being that this committee recommend to the Board of Regents approve the awarding of the college's candidates for degrees and diplomas and ratify the certificates as has been presented today. Is there a motion on the floor?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Duncan, would you care to call roll, please?
Chair Girdler.
Aye.
Regent Holtz.
Aye.
Regent Maris.
Aye.
Regent Fletcher. Aye. Regent Simon.
Yes.
Regent Martin.
Yes.
Regent Thompson.
Aye.
And Chair Henson is not present. That gives you 5 votes, and the motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to our next item on the agenda. I'm really looking forward, as I mentioned earlier, to these proposals. We're going to have 2 different entities, 2 different campuses presenting to us today. All together, however, we will be voting on this individually, but really looking forward to this. And Dr. Williams, I will go ahead and turn it over to you, please.
Thank you. While I'm introducing this item, I ask that the colleges come up to the table, please. We're going to do it face-off here, I think. It's my pleasure today to bring up, I think, at least for the first time in my serving as chancellor, but possibly in the first time in KCTCS, 2 programs presenting a new program at the same time. So rather than have each college present individually, we ask them to develop a presentation together. And so they'll be presenting, and as Chair Girdler noted, you'll be voting separately for accreditation purposes. The Council on Post-Secondary Education has given the KCTCS Board of Regents the authority to approve new programs of study for KCTCS colleges. These may be approval of an existing program that's already taking place at another institution or a brand new program. Since 1998, the Board of Regents has approved 4,935 programs across our 16 colleges, and as an aside, suspended 1,149 programs with the goal of maintaining relevancy in their program offerings. So we have, on this side of the room, Big Sandy Technical College, and presenting for Big Sandy will be College President and CEO Dr. Sherry Zilka, Provost Chief Academic Officer Dr. Denise Key, Computer Information Faculty Member Dr. Kitty Miller, and attending via Teams, the Chief Information Officer of Pikeville Medical Center, Mr. Chad Phillips. And on the Bluegrass side of the house today, we'll have College President and CEO Dr. Kofi Akako, Academic Dean Dr. Rebecca Sims, Academic Dean Ms. Melody Williamson, and University of Kentucky Information Technology Services Representative Mr. Wayne Beach. So I turn it over to the 2 of you, and thank you all so much for being here today.
So we have a presentation. If you could go ahead and pull that up, and we promise to make it so short, just simply because I know it's been a long day.
You're the only ones today. Don't take forever, but we want you to really explain this program. I think there's a great deal of interest among the board.
Fantastic. Well, briefly, the 2 colleges, how we came together to create this. In front of you, you see a booklet that has VCTC's Cyber Center notebook that's there. That's for you to keep. We were credentialed as a CAE2Y institution in cyber defense in 2019. 2019, I believe, the summer of 2019. And it was retrofitted into our CIT program. So we were teaching additional competencies, and we still do in order to make that happen. It became apparent to us that we needed to create a degree, and that was the recommendation of our advisory board to do that as well. At the same time, Ms. Catherine was going through a MentorLinks grant in which they were recommended to do the same. The two colleges came together and we put it out to all of the college in the system. These two, Bluegrass and Big Sandy, were the ones who decided to work together to create this.
Sounds good to me. Advance the slide, please.
Advance the slide.
The purpose of this program is to allow students to learn how to design, develop, and maintain cybersecurity systems, whether it be hardware, software, for users, data security, and it includes what's most prominent today is the Internet of Things. There are 4 available tracks: secure coding, network defense, cyber forensics, and cyber science, with 8 embedded certificates. Advance, please.
So in order to create this curriculum, we considered several things, several national recommendations that for curriculum when we were designing it. One, the CAE2Y, or the cyber defense recommendations, and that is through the National Security Agency and the Department of Homeland Security. The academic excellence in cyber defense education recommendations. Also tied to that was the Association of Computing Machinery. They have a 4- and a 2-year recommendation for curriculum, tied very close to the CAECD recommendations as well, but we made sure that all of those were tied together. They make recommendations internationally for how curriculum should fit. And the 2-year, which is the Committee for Community Colleges, they make sure that the 2-year fits into the 4-year nicely so that transfer can occur very naturally and easily. The last one is the National Institute for Standards and Technology. And again, they are partnering with all of those. So we considered all of those recommendations when we were building this curriculum. Advance.
For the demand, there is a site online, cyberseek.org, which is powered by Burning Glass. It shows that the 2021 data that there are over 2,000 jobs in cybersecurity in Kentucky. And if you look at the United States, there are over 500,000 jobs in cybersecurity. We also went to the Kentucky Center for Statistics Future Skills Report, and it shows the fastest growing occupations are in the computer and mathematical occupations. And it showed information security analyst as one of the very fast growing occupations.
Advance. Would you like me to? For grants, we are both of our colleges are currently working on grants or in grants that involve cybersecurity. We have them listed here. For Big Sandy, it's the MentorLinks and they just received the Advanced Technology Education Grant. For us, we've been working with University of Louisville and University of Fordham on 2 NSA grants, and there's sub-awards from them. In addition, there's the NSF Built grant and the Google CSER, which is going to look into why we aren't retaining the students as they come and continue on. We've already begun discussing collaboration between Big Sandy, Bluegrass, Owensboro, who is also one of the CAECD institutions, and we're planning to create a NSF grant that perhaps will be a cyber center for community colleges in Kentucky. Advance.
We have 5 letters of support from Big Sandy Healthcare, Your Heart Communications, Pike County Schools, Appalachian Regional Healthcare, the Kentucky Department of Homeland Security, and Mr. Chad Phipps is the CIO of the Pikeville Medical Center, which is our region's leading medical center.
And then for Bluegrass, we have Big S Solutions, excuse me. Fusion Corp, Kentucky's Director of Homeland Security, QX.net, and the University of Kentucky Information Technology Services, who is a large employer for our students. And we have Mr. Wayne Beach here to speak to that. And that's it. Do you have any questions?
It would be lovely to hear from Mr. Beach and from Mr. Phipps. Whatever else you have to present.
Okay, I work in central IT at the University of Kentucky.
Is it, you're gonna have to turn on the mic.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. I work in central IT at the University of Kentucky and have for a number of years. And, you know, one of the groups is security. And there's been a lot of security incidents lately. You know, I think everybody's seen in the news and therefore hopefully understands the importance of having secure systems, secure machines. It was mentioned about relevance. I'm also a member on the CIT advisory board, and almost every meeting, you know, they talk about are certain tracks or programs or certificates still relevant? Are there new ones we need to consider? And two of the newer ones, because they're fast-growing areas, are the cloud computing courses and the security courses. So I was checking. I work closely with people in healthcare, and we were talking today. You know, our cloud team in central IT used to be 2 people. It's now me, so 1. Our security team is probably 5 or 6 full-time people, 10 students. You know, constantly looking for people. I asked the healthcare this morning. They said they have 5 people on their cloud team, and they have, I think it was about a dozen people on their security team. So those are 2 of the fastest growing areas. Of course, today we're here to talk about security. And, you know, I want to voice that it is very, very important. It's very, very crucial. There absolutely is a demand to grow those areas and hire educated students to fill those positions. And I think this program would be a good way to do that and support that.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'd just like to say a few words. Cybersecurity is so important right now as we read the headlines every morning and listen to the news where things are happening. And for the Eastern Kentucky region, it's especially important because of the decline in the coal industry, and those jobs aren't coming back. And one of the things that I've come to appreciate about being in Eastern Kentucky is people want to stay there if they can. They do not want to leave. And these are jobs that can be created and stay in the community. They do not have to leave. And every industry today needs it. Banking, education, medical, petroleum, meat packing, who knew? You know, it's one of those things that you just don't realize how ubiquitous this is. So, you know, it's something that we're really proud of to offer this certificate. And we started out with a grant from the American Association of Community Colleges Mentor Links, which taught us how to write a grant and served as a coach for us to get to the next level. We applied for the first time, I think, and got a National Science Foundation grant, which is very competitive. And so we're very proud of the hard work that all of our team members have done to get to this point. And we just, you know, look forward to being able to offer, with your approval, this program, because it is going to be a game changer in our region.
Well, we're grateful that you all have brought this forward. I know Dr. Williams spoke very highly of the program when making the recommendation. I'm actually anticipating that Dr. Sarapata is going to bring some pom-poms out here in a minute because I know this is definitely a passion of his as well.
I think we do have our support, our person from Pikeville Medical Center that's on the Teams meeting that I'd like to.
Can you guys hear me? I'm traveling, so.
Yes.
I'm driving. I'm on the side of the road, so I just want to make sure you can hear me well. Just one small correction so it doesn't get out. I'm not actually the CIO. I'm the Assistant Vice President and CTO, not the CIO. I don't want my boss to get mad at me for trying to take his job. I don't want his job. So when this came forward, and I was sitting here thinking what I'm going to do, so I made some phone calls this morning to some of my guys and said, hey, I need some numbers. And I thought it was interesting what they came out with. So, under my umbrella falls security, infrastructure type applications, DR. So I don't do the applications, but I do the back end. So I've done some numbers this morning and look. So in 2020 and 2021, my team, 65% of their work is directed by security. So of everything we do, 65% of what we do is not necessarily security, but it's to support the security efforts. So I think that gives a very good understanding of how big security is, how much it drives everything we do. So we're putting in a new electronic medical record that's epic. So the first 15 hours was about security about this thing. Before we ever got how do you treat a patient, how do you do anything else, the first 15 or 16 hours of working this thing was security. And it's a whole. I mean, we have a very hard time recruiting people. And the problem we run into in our area is you want to recruit young people and teach them, but you have to recruit the teacher to teach them. So it's very hard for us to get enough skilled people in place to bring people up inside of our organization. So the fact that they're now looking at giving me these skilled individuals lets me adjust my mix without having to go. The last thing I want to do is go outside of Kentucky to get people. We want to keep people where they're at. So this is going to give us something we've never seen before. And we currently have today, we have four jobs being created in security and 0 candidates. Well, 0 local candidates, I should say. So I think this is going to do a whole lot for the area. I think it's a great job going forward. And just like she said, when they start getting the meat packers and the subways, nobody's safe. And I think they've done a great job. And I just wanted to let Pikeville Medical Center is 100% in support of this program. We look forward to it.
Thank you, Mr. Phipps. We appreciate it.
I'd like to say something as well. I mean, he is right as far as the. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Barry Martin. I work in Hazard, and of course with ARH and their ransomware, and we've shored up our security, but it is very much impossible to find somebody in Eastern Kentucky that is well versed in cybersecurity. And so you have to look outside of Eastern Kentucky to find somebody to help our staff to shore things up. So as much as we need jobs and good paying jobs, this will definitely be an asset to Eastern Kentucky as well as Central Kentucky.
And Regent Martin, you bring up a good point there about good paying jobs, and you all may have said this and I potentially just didn't hear it, but I saw it on one of the slides but didn't see it referenced, the starting pay and then the average pay. Can you all elaborate on that a little bit further potentially?
In CyberSeek, go ahead.
I said I can't speak national average. I can speak locally to what that looks like for us. So they are off the street. Let's say the program's in place and I take one of the guys, those jobs are going to be in the $55,000 to $60,000 a year range. And somebody with 6 to 7 years of experience is probably going to command potentially up to 6 figures, depending on how good that person is. And really, we use seasoned people now. I mean, we go get them, we bring them in to do whatever. Those are 6-figure jobs.
Right. And the what's very interesting is when you go to the when you go to the occupational handbook, this is such a new field that it's really hard to get those numbers and to speak to it. But when you go to CyberSeek, they do talk to the associate level on up, and the associate level 55, 65 on up, just depending on your abilities and what credentials you have. So
and experience level.
And experience as well. So internship is one of the pieces, one of the classes that is a potential for one of the electives, and we'll be pushing that because that is, that's going to only drive their salaries higher.
Very good information. Are there any other questions, Comments?
The only thing I can add is the timing cannot be any better.
Yes.
Chair Girdler, I want to thank the presenters today. If there are any more questions, the committee is welcome to ask.
I think this is a great thing. One of the things that really stood out, Dr. Zika said that, you don't have to leave, but also the thought that with online and remote, that they can also work from home to do a lot of this, which I think is great, which the pandemic was bad, but that is something that really helped people to be able to continue working. And I just had a question about the accreditation. One of you said, yes, we're going for accreditation. One of you said no. And I was wondering, at least that's what I saw in here, that said that we're going to seek accreditation. So I was.
It's set up as such. I know the intention is probably there. Perhaps it was just an oversight. Okay. But the intention is built, and really the curriculum was built so that anybody who's going through, it's already mapped. So it's going to assist anybody who wants to go through it to go through it. So
the requirements of being a Center of Academic Excellence is having the program in place and having graduates for 3 years. So Big Sandy can't go for a CAU until we have those graduates in place.
Okay. And same for this degree. We were able to with the CIT degree because it was embedded. Mm-hmm. Once we get 3 years of the cyber, assuming that you approve it, then we will also apply. Make sure.
And I was also saying that there aren't any programs with AASs. Like it's going to be like we're going to be at the top of the game to be able to offer the AASs in Kentucky. Correct. So.
And I'd like to add to that, when I was working at the American Association of Community Colleges, people that had bachelor's degrees were coming back to get their associate degrees because it was hands-on experience instead of theoretical. So there was that trend happening too, where people wanted the practitioner or the workers that experienced it and lived it. And so you saw that trend of coming back after a bachelor's degree to do that.
We see that a lot in healthcare as well. People coming back after they've been gotten their bachelor's to come back to get an associate degree.
Right. And speaking to the remote, we were talking to Mr. Beach in the lobby prior to this. UK's computer, the majority of the computer areas are all remote now, except for coming in for meetings. So you're absolutely right. This is a prime, education experience so that people can work even internationally and still stay in the area.
Any other questions?
Dr. Williams, I have a question for you. So this degree is pretty much region independent, right? So cybersecurity can be at any of the different colleges. Do we have any idea, looking across all 16 colleges, how many of these types of degrees are already embedded in those college programs or curriculums? It just seems to me that we tend to vote on them one college at a time, and perhaps something like this or others could be just voted on for all of the colleges. Does that make sense?
It does, but it doesn't work that way because each college has to have a faculty member that can be credentialed by our accrediting agency. Mm-hmm. So OCTC, for example, is also partnering with BCTC on a different kind of cybersecurity certificate in conjunction with the University of Louisville grant, for example. And then this work is going on, and it may be that they're the only two colleges that ever do this degree, because if they meet need, not every college needs to necessarily offer it either, particularly since BCTC's program is online. Much like, one college may do aviation maintenance or one college may do something else. So just as we're voting on it today separately, because each college for their accreditation has to have it voted on separately, we very rarely have one program that all colleges would do at one time. Now, when we were creating, when we were becoming KCTCS, I don't know this, but I would assume that, whole nursing programs came up system-wide, for example, whole business administration programs came up. But at this point, it's so differentiated to the need of the institution, particularly where they might have a direct transfer partner or they're working with one company, that it's really more differentiated by college and not voted on across all colleges. You will have
at the system level, this program and its curriculum was approved by a curriculum committee and the faculty senate. So it can be applied for by any college that meets, is able to meet the criteria for the program curriculum. There's a global approval for any other college to choose to apply for it, but you cannot grant system-wide approval at your level for the colleges without the colleges being able to show resources and need.
Okay, so I think that answers my question, that any college that would be interested in implementing this based upon their own need in their local community or some partnership in their local community just can lift the curriculum right up, and then it would come to this board for review and approval.
Yes, ma'am, as long as they meet whatever criteria, accreditation-wise, separate accreditation. You saw those 3 accrediting sort of bodies or, like bodies. As long as they can work to meet that, then they could bring it forward. And you will never approve the curriculum itself. You'll approve the institution providing the program.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, then I recommend approval of this program for Big Sandy CTC and for Bluegrass CTC as separate motions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams, and I want to commend each of you all for the collaboration you've shown between yourselves, but also with some regional powerhouses. The University of Kentucky and Pikeville Medical Center both are powerhouses within those regions and across the state. So I do want to commend you for that. Love seeing the letters of support as well from some of your community entities being willing to say that they want to work with you on this. So again, definitely applaud the work that you all have done. We're going to approve these. I anticipate approve these individually. And the first one we're going to call is as presented, looking for a motion to approve Big Sandy Community and Technical College for this program to be implemented in the fall of 2021. Is there a motion on the floor for that?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Regent Martin. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Regent Fletcher. Ms. Duncan, would you care to call roll, please? And again, this is for approving Big Sandy Community and Technical College.
Yes. Chair Girdwood,
Aye.
Vice Chair Foltz,
Aye.
Regent Damaris,
Aye.
Regent Fletcher. Aye. Regent Simon,
Aye.
Regent Martin,
Aye.
Regent Thompson,
Aye.
and is Chair Henson here? All right.
No.
Of the members present, you have 5.5 unanimous votes.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. As she mentioned, motion passed unanimously. Now I would like to call for a very similar motion, and this will be as has been presented by Bluegrass Community and Technical College to be implemented in the spring of 2022. Is there a motion on the floor, please?
So moved.
So moved by Regent Damaris,
Second.
second by Regent Thompson. Ms. Duncan, would you call the roll, please?
Chair Girdwood,
Aye.
Vice Chair Foltz,
Aye.
Regent Damaris,
Aye.
Regent Fletcher. Aye. Regent Simon,
Aye.
Regent Martin,
Aye.
Regent Thompson,
Aye.
and Gail Henson is not present. The vote is unanimous. The motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations to each of you all, and thanks again for being here.
Thank you so much.
Next item on the agenda, we have an update on student services, and I would like to call again on Dr. Gloria McCall to please present this item.
Thank you again, Chair Girdler. I'd like to begin the last report with celebrations from Student Services. If we could bring up the PowerPoint presentation. I've chosen a few areas of which I believe the colleges and the system office is most proud of and or concerned about. So let's start with the very next slide, and that's a video, about a 4-minute video. If we could advance, please. So we're going to share with you and recognize the KCTCS All Academic Team video. If If you would just advance to the video,
This
which
is the 20th year we're celebrating the KCTCS All Academic Team Awards that recognize the incredible accomplishments of 2 students from each college. These students are selected through a rigorous process based on scholarship, community service, activities, and honors. Now let's meet the 2021 KCTCS All Academic Team. Ashland Community and Technical College, Caitlin Lindsay, Associate in Applied Science. Alexandra Monturo, Associate in Science. Big Sandy Community and Technical College, Grayson Arnett, Associate in Arts. Beverly Anderson, Associate in Applied Science. Bluegrass Community and Technical College, Brooke Johnson, Associate in Arts degree. William Brooks, Associate in Arts and Associate in Applied Science. Elizabethtown Community and Technical College, Christopher Willis, Associate in Science. Jill Seaman, Associate in Applied Science. Gateway Community and Technical College, Morgan Arnold, Associate in Arts. Wen Zhen Lu, Manufacturing Engineering Technology. Hazard Community and Technical College, Madison Eller, Associate in Science. Matthew Back, Automotive Technician. Henderson Community College, Hadley Alexander, Associate in Science. Shelby Pendergraft, Associate in Applied Science. Hopkinsville Community College, Janae Bracey, Associate in Science. Anthony Morin, Associate in Applied Science. Jefferson Community and Technical College, Christian Anariba Castillo, Associate in Arts. Faith Lee, Associate Degree Nursing. Madisonville Community College, Holly Minton, Associate in Applied Science. Gregory Pratt, Associate in Applied Science. Maysville Community and Technical College, Caitlin Gilbert, Associate in Arts and Associate in Science. Alan Stevens, Associate in Applied Science. Owensboro Community and Technical College, Robert Jarvis, Industrial Maintenance Technology. Delaney Ray, Associate in Science. Somerset Community College, Dalton Hayes, Associate in Arts and Associate in Applied Science. Sam Knapp, Physical Therapy Assistant. South Central Kentucky Community and Technical College, Sarah Hayter, Associate in Applied Science. Sarah Downing, Associate in Arts. Southeast Kentucky Community and Technical College, Brianna Rose, Associate in Science. Leah Johnson, Physical Therapy Assistant. West Kentucky Community and Technical College, Patrick Stevens, Associate in Applied Science. Kivante Kilby, Associate in Science. KCTCS is also honoring 2 Kentucky New Century Scholars. Gregory Pratt, a physical therapist assistant student at Madisonville Community College, has been named the New Century Workforce Pathway Scholar. And Delaney Ray, a student at Owensboro Community and Technical College who is working toward an Associate in Applied Science degree, is the New Century Transfer Scholar. And congratulations to Kaylee Jones, a student at Owensboro Community and Technical College, on being named a Silver Scholar on the Coca-Cola Academic Team Scholarship. Congratulations to these New Century Scholars, the Coca-Cola Scholar, and congratulations to all our 2021 All-Academic Team members. Your hard work and commitment will take you far in your quest for a better life.
Let's give all of our students a round of applause. Very, very deserving. Okay. I know you are proud of them. I'm going to transition now to a little bit about mental health services. Since the pandemic, we know that mental health issues have increased exponentially, negatively impacting our students, faculty, and staff. We've also heard about the research around mental health issues and that have shown significant increase over fear of COVID in the areas of financial strain, social isolation, and limited access to support networks and service resources. Now, we know that all of these things have attributed to anxiety as well as depression, which has skyrocketed, especially in the areas of mental and emotional well-being. So not to mention the demands of navigating education during a health crisis, which has impacted our enrollment, our retention, and completion efforts of students. However, KCTCS, we have been very fortunate in that the governor's emergency educational relief funds permitted the Council on Post-Secondary Education to acquire virtual mental health services for all post-secondary educations across the Commonwealth. This particular product, as you can see on the screen, is called TAO, Tech Therapy Assistance Online. This is a platform that offers over 150 self-service online tools for our students, in which they have the opportunity to self-serve, or they have the option to reach out to trained therapists for special services that may impact their needs. The second area that's mentioned there is mental health first aid training. This particular training provides an opportunity for our staff and or faculty members, of which we have about 450, if I'm not mistaken, that have been trained and certified as mental health first aiders. They are trained to identify and understand, as well as respond to signs of mental illness and substance abuse disorders. Again, over 400 faculty and staff have been trained across the Commonwealth in our colleges to help support this particular initiative. And I also should share with you that this mental health services provided through the governor's office via CPE is for 1 year only. So June of next year, that's when this comes to an end. But I will also let you know, this is just a supplement to what we currently offer at our college campuses today. We do not offer by way of employees providing mental health services, but we contract those services out via 3 different agencies across the Commonwealth. And lastly, the mental health services plan that you see on the screen, the governor's relief funds provided our colleges collectively $175,000 to develop support plans, each individual institution, to develop support plans that would focus on identifying additional strategies, equipment, and or materials to help support this effort. Their plans, the college's plans, included transportation needs. I focused on food pantries, bus passes, grocery passes, gas cards, campus-based food services, and temporary housing for those who have mandatory mental health counseling needs, and mostly for that would be the homeless population. So those were some of the information contained in the plans for the colleges in order to utilize the $175,000. I'll pause there before I go to the next topic, which will be financial aid. Any questions or comments? The next slide, please. So with financial aid, I'm always pleased to these years to say to you that the Financial Aid Centralized Processing Center continues to provide services and support to our colleges. We could go, well, just leave it there for now. Continue to provide services and support to our colleges. Over 75% of our students are receiving some financial aid assistance. What we do every day, we focus on delivering services such as verification and training, return to Title II processing, building relationships with our colleges are so very important, and providing providing students with loan information, as well as providing a wide range of student communications across the board. Now, our goal in student financial aid more than ever is to ensure that we never ever experienced the situation that we were in 7 years ago, prior to 7 years ago. That is, we had double-digit audit findings, non-compliance issues, and so forth and so on. We are now, I can happily say, we are a well-oiled, smooth operating system or center that's integrated and seamless across the 16 colleges. And you might want to know, how did we get there and how are we still there today? Well, I will just share with you that 7 years ago, we engaged the services of a company called Evans Consulting Group for them to conduct an in-depth audit of our financial system operating unit. The results of the audit created a new path for financial aid that has successfully assisted us in achieving the progress we've made to date. The Evans Group was then recently invited back the spring of this year to conduct a high-level review, not an audit, but a high-level review of financial aid operations, primarily to help us determine if there is more that we can do to assist with the impending enrollment crisis. Now, as you can see on the screen before you, the objectives of this review consisted of evaluating the centralized processing center and compare the review of the findings from 2014. Help us identify gaps, weaknesses, or opportunities, assess the degree to which we are positioned to support the strategic enrollment management goals of the system, and then recommend some recommendations for strategic improvements. Next slide, please. The outcomes of, next slide. The outcome reveals consistent evidence of improvements in the area of awarding and packaging financial aid, loan processing, return to Title II processing, policies and procedures specifically to financial aid, satisfactory academic progress, disbursements, and automation processing. So we were pleased to see that there were consistent evidence of improvements in those areas listed. Opportunities, however, moving forward for future growth says that we should improve the student award letters, review the student loan request forms closely, or continue to closely monitor student loan default rates. And as you all have known, since you've been affiliated with this board, every year I provide you with an update on where we are with the student loan default rates. And that will come to you in September of this year. And then finally, look at assisting with data collection and to integrate financial aid data with enrollment data, and support our system-wide efforts to increase financial aid applications completion across the system, but especially at the high school levels. I'm proud to share with you that we can check the first box off because we have created a new revised student awards letter that has been vetted by the colleges and looked at best practices across the United States. And that the new and improved student award letter will be used and going out next week to give students information about their student awards moving forward. I want to thank Doug Cleary, who is the financial aid director, and Doug is in the room today, so I'd ask Doug to just raise his hand so you all can know who leads this area in financial aid. And before, I should have mentioned Dr. Michael Krause. He is responsible for the mental health services that has been led by him and his team. Dr. Krause, if you would raise your hand in the room. These are the subject matter experts in the area. I have one more slide to talk about in regards to financial aid, and I'll pause to see if you have any questions. If we can move to the next slide. Next slide, please. I want to start this particular and last comments that I have about financial aid with a video. And this video is a short clip, about 2 minutes, that's presented by a previous employee of KCTCS, Dr. Nicole McDonald. Dr. McDonald worked here at the system office in student services many years ago. She left KCTCS and landed a job with the Lumina Foundation. And I think her 2 minutes conversation here is very apropos to what I will be sharing afterwards. So if we can get that video up and running, that would be great.
Well, now more than ever, a post-secondary education is absolutely essential for being able to access a successful life, to be able to earn the types of money that you need in order to take care of your family and your children, and really to have success and build momentum in terms of your career. But there's so many people that really can't access the type of post-secondary education and the opportunities that are so important for being able to move forward because they simply can't afford to. Because in addition to struggling with the weight of college tuition and fees and trying to buy books, there are any number of people who really have a number of responsibilities to balance for family, for children, and other financial constraints. And they are struggling to make ends meet while trying to pursue the promise of post-secondary education. And so because that's so important today, it's so important to what we do, we felt like it was important to create a resource to help the people who are supposed to help our students really get the education they need and deserve. And that's why we created Beyond Financial Aid, a guidebook to help go beyond traditional forms of student assistance like grants, loans, and scholarships to really help meet the needs of today's students. It's not just the money, and it's not even just the kinds of money that you think. There are so many post-secondary institutions, colleges and universities, that think that when their students tell them they're leaving because of financial concerns, just because they made sure that they packaged enough financial aid to cover tuition and fees, just because they worked with the bookstore to identify vouchers for textbooks, that's enough. But the truth of the matter is, today's students have so many more financial expenses and burdens that get in the way of their ability to complete college than just tuition and fees, than just books. It goes way beyond that. The needs of today's students are really focused on access to reliable food, housing, transportation, childcare, and other kinds of family responsibilities. And although a lot of today's students are working, they also have a number of other financial demands to meet. They simply are under-resourced in ways that go beyond the traditional ways that colleges and universities are accustomed to supporting their students.
I thought that would be a good introduction to this next slide, the slide that you're looking at. In December of last year, the Corona Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act, CRISA, that's a mouthful, that's a federal government term. We commonly refer to it as the HERF-2 grant. This was signed into law to assist United States citizens and the economy. Now, this particular act back in December, or law that was back in December, provided an additional, I said additional, meaning this was the second round of about $23 billion to help institutions of higher education. Of that, KCTCS colleges were awarded approximately $36 million of that. And of the $36 million, 1/2 of that was earmarked for students only to help cover expenses such as book supplies, fees, emergency costs that arise due to coronavirus, such as tuition, food, housing, healthcare, mental health, childcare, and so forth and so on. One of the things that I will share with you, when all of this money became available, we also received criteria or regulations that we were governed by the federal government to ensure the funds were awarded appropriately. And Doug and his team, along with myself, we helped provide the colleges with several methodologies that we knew would be approved by any future audits and or reporting to the federal government in which to award such large amounts of money. $17 million is a lot to award at any given time. So the methodologies that we use were block grants, and block grants were primarily given to those students who were Pell eligible. That means that they met a great need or had a great need because they were receiving financial aid. Another methodology used was those students who were not Pell eligible but had exceptional need, had exceptional financial need as a result of COVID-19. Those students then had to complete an application documenting that what their needs were in order to receive funds. Again, we have to report back out to the federal government how the funds were spent. And then those not eligible for aid but also had significant exceptional needs as well were awarded funds. And the last bullet or area at the bottom of this slide talks about a new round of stimulus funds. This would be the third. This is again for students only. And I know many of you perhaps have heard about the American Rescue Plan Act, HERF 3. This particular round of funds, 2 of our colleges have not received their awards yet, but we're in the process of awarding at this point in time, just for the students only, $77 million. That is a huge bit of money that goes directly to students. I'm not talking about the funds that the institutional side would use. This is just what students will get. And Wendell has alluded to and spoke to that earlier today in his report. There are institutional funds as well as student earmark funds. And so my report is strictly on what we give to the students. So once all 16 colleges have received their funds, it'll be a total of about 77 million. Again, what we're doing is helping the college by preparing, well, we have prepared an FAQ and recommendations to guide them in utilizing those funds when they become available. The only difference with the American Rescue Plan Act is that we have the act itself has allowed colleges to cast a wider net in serving students, meaning that we now can serve through this particular stimulus grant funds international students, refugees, asylum seekers, DACA recipients, and other dreamers. So the net has been cast even wider to serve more students who have a demonstrated need of support. And that's where we are today with financial aid. I'll pause to see if there are any questions or comments before we move on to the next section. Next slide then. And this is about, the next slide I'm going to talk about is a little bit about enrollment. And you may recall the last time I reported out, I think to you all, well, not last, but time before that, we talked a little bit about the creation of a new way to look at and help the colleges identify enrollment strategies that would help drive enrollment. And the colleges created this pivot playbook, and I presented that to this body and helped you understand what each college overall, what their focus were. But the particular group that was brought together, an ad hoc team of key stakeholders, were asked to convene and develop some recommendations that would guide the colleges in developing their efforts to build and increase enrollments. They were charged to analyze industries in the region that they lived in, industry sectors that were impacted by a declining economy, and they put all this information together to help the colleges identify new workforce training programs, overall just to increase our enrollments. Well, since then, they have updated their plans because COVID came into place in this past year, which impacted everything that we were doing for the most part, and created a looking ahead, fall 2021 enrollment and beyond plan. With that plan, the system office strategic enrollment team here at the system office was then convened to identify ways that we here at the system office could support the efforts of the colleges to help them increase, of course, enrollment as well. Led by Dr. Gibson, and Dr. Gibson is in here today with us. If you would raise your hand, Dr. Gibson, for the committee to see. Dr. Gibson and her team developed this plan that took a very proactive approach and response to the work being done at the colleges to build enrollment as well as retention. If we could go to the next slide, I wanted to show you a picture of the document that was created by her team. And if we have the opportunity to click on that book, you can see some of the specifics of what's contained in it. The objectives or strategies that they focused on is provided if that will open. Okay, so let me just tell you quickly the 5 strategies that this particular book has within it. It's about a 16-page document, and I want to applaud Dr. Gibson and her team for the work that they've done to put this together. But the strategies are listed there on the screen for you. Their strategies are aligned with the college's overall pivot playbook plan. And in this particular guide that you cannot see, that's posted on our SharePoint website, and if anybody wants to see it or have a copy, certainly let me know and I'll make sure that it is forwarded. The link is provided to you. But in their plan, I'd like for you to know that they have not only strategies, goals, tactics, timelines in which to work alongside the colleges to help support the efforts to increase enrollment. I mean, we've talked a lot, well, you all have talked a lot today about things leading to increasing enrollment, meeting the workforce and economic development needs. But all of this is all tied together. We're all connected, even though our focus is maybe wraparound services, onboarding students, but we all work together as one team. And what you can't see is the actual inside of this book that they have produced. I want to also say briefly that this team has convened several different sessions with all of our colleges across the system. The first 2 sessions to talk about the strategies and how they're going to work together as it relates to the 5 strategies happened over the last 2 weeks. We've had over 100 people attend each of the sessions, and I think there was one today that I didn't get to participate in. So 3 sessions they've already had sharing this information with the colleges and working with them. So I applaud the efforts in that. There's a lot going on at the system office in regards to providing support and services to our colleges from student services. Next slide, please. And I have one more slide or one more topic, is to give you just an update on diversity. And you can move to the next slide, please. I only wanted to share with you that all KCTCS colleges submitted their annual diversity assessment reports to the Council on Post-Secondary Education. And all but one college is automatically eligible to offer new academic programs from July 1 of this year to June of next year. That one college is Big Sandy, but CPE will accept a revised report from Big Sandy, and they're submitting their report next week for consideration to be able to continue to offer new academic programs starting this fall. I would ask Dr. Zilka, who is here today, to talk a little bit about why the college did not meet the minimum score required to automatically be eligible. So with that, we'll just pause to hear from Dr. Zilka. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McCall. First of all, I want to say this is a topic that we take very seriously. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is at the heart of the mission of community colleges, and it's the reason we exist. And so was I disappointed? Absolutely. But, you know, with that comes the opportunity for us to continue to improve upon what we do. I've taken this very seriously. We are working with Dr. Gibson. We're working with CPE as well as our diversity team at the college. I am participating in weekly meetings with them. We have the opportunity to look at what we submitted and figure out where we could tighten up a little bit, because it was more in the writing and the reporting of what we did versus the things that we were doing. So there's a real opportunity here for us to tighten up on what we're doing and move forward. But we we're really working hard and we're committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion at Big Sandy Community and Technical College. And our next report will reflect this. Like I said, with the support of the various offices that are responsible for this, I feel very confident that it's going to look a lot different than it did this time around.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zilka. I appreciate that. Any questions or comments before I share my last?
I have one question. A lot of the things you talk about, particularly as it relates to financial aid, student support services, how does that integrate with the performance funding metrics? Meaning the performance funding metrics are used to allocate funds from the state to the various colleges, universities. So how are we using all of the data that your office is pulling together in terms of things like student retention, time to completion for graduation, all of that? How is that feeding that performance funding?
Well, I would refer to Dr. Wendell Followell, but I can tell you this much that I know about it. Through our Office of Research and Policy Analysis, we continue to provide information, or they grab information from each college in regards to those numbers, in regards to how many students, the retention rates, et cetera. And all of that is compiled into a report that helps drive the final numbers that we get. But student services across the board receives about 11%. That's typically what student services get from college budgets, et cetera. And that money is then distributed out throughout the for that individual college. But how it's determined, I would imagine it's included in the numbers that the Research and Policy Analysis Office generates from the system by numbers of students enrolled, number of students that are retained, and all of that is meshed together. But I'll ask Wendell to talk a little bit in more detail.
She's right. We asked for some proposed changes in the performance funding model this past year. Those weren't adopted. They did make changes with regard to the ceiling, the floors, which were great. But their unrepresented population is in there, persistence is in there, matriculation from 15, 30, and 45. Excuse me, as I get up here now, my voice is gone. But those in there, there's nothing in there specifically about race other than underrepresented populations in that sense. So largely a lot of sense with regard to economic, social backgrounds and things of that nature. But Orphan has a great record for that. And I know that it's shared with the colleges and regularly discussed through Dr. Call's groups.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Any other comments or questions from student services? I'll just talk a little bit about what's on the right side of the screen, and then that ends my report. I wanted to just share with you that KCTCS was a proud partner in co-sponsoring with the University of Kentucky and the NAACP in hosting the inaugural virtual conference entitled Education and Civil Rights for the New Decade. This was in early May of this year. The KCTCS team led the charge to design the post-secondary education conference track for community colleges. And our track consisted of a panel of highly regarded experts from various sectors in higher education here in the Commonwealth. And that included the president of the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce, the president of CPE, the president of Kentucky State University, the president of the Association of Kentucky Independent Colleges and Universities. This particular panel that was convened was moderated by Ms. Renee Shaw of KET here in Lexington. So we were very pleased to be able to bring them together to do the first session of the post-secondary education institutional track for the virtual conference. And then secondly, the other area that we focused on was a special student engagement session that was led and presented by the executive director of the Center of Community College and Engagement out of Austin, Texas. And the last thing that we did with the community college track was to spotlight West Kentucky Community and Technical College, representing all of the 16 colleges here in Kentucky, showing some of the wonderful work that they've done at West Kentucky Community and Technical College. The last number that I heard about regarding the attendees for the conference, and again, remember, this was the very first time we ever moved in this direction or sponsored such. There were about 800 people that registered for the conference. So I think that was a very good opportunity where people from all across the country, not just Kentucky, all from California, Florida, New York, you name it, but it was widely advertised, and we were very pleased that we had about 800 people to attend. That ends my report for today. Again, I thank you for allowing me to always be able to share what we're doing in student services. And again, I want to give kudos to my team in the back, because had it not been for them, I would not be sitting here giving a report today. So thank you all so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Chair Goodlett.
Thank you, Dr. McCall. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. The next meeting of the KCTCS Board of Regents Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee will be held on September the 16th located within the systems office in Versailles. With that, I would like to call for a motion to adjourn. We got a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We are adjourned. Thank you all so much, and we look forward to seeing everybody again tomorrow morning.